2020 special meeting of the Santa Barbara Community College District Board of Trustees. Although we've designated this as a special meeting, our intent tonight was basically as a workshop. We'll get into that after a bit. We'll begin by saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Look, I have a flag for you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For the record, all of the trustees are present this evening. And I would like to welcome everybody who is participating online or watching us through live stream. I want to again begin today by joining in Dr. Goswami's message yesterday, calling for solidarity with our African American students, faculty, and staff. I also want to acknowledge the thoughtful comments from our foundation president, Jeff Green, in his email yesterday, and in an independent column today authored by Trustee Abood and his Isla Vista colleagues. I was also impacted today by comments from Chancellor Oakley and other speakers who participated in today's webinar on racism. I thought they were all powerful. And I note they are still available online for those who want to view them later. The recent deaths of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky, and Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia, confirm and demonstrate that our African American friends and colleagues face a daily reality we all abhor and must change. Now more than ever, we express to all SBCC Black students, faculty, and staff that we support and stand with them in these very difficult times. We are outraged, saddened, and indeed sickened by these police killings. Their tragic deaths highlight the effects of systematic racism and tensions that fester throughout our society. SBCC has a mission to provide academic opportunities for those who are historically underrepresented in higher education. Given the role of community colleges as an equalizing force for social good, our mission is even more important in light of these tragic events. Let us reflect on the challenges before us and reaffirm our commitment to equality, justice, inclusion, and respect. So today we join together with the SBCC community to renounce racism in all its forms, reject hatred and bigotry, and urge that we come together as a community of learners who strive to be wiser, kinder, more respectful, and more inclusive. I am personally committed to the idea that only systematic change is likely to have a long-term impact on systematic racism. As a member of the SBCC Board of Trustees, I commit myself to be part of that change. We can't do it by ourselves. No one and no single organization can do that alone, but we can and we must do our part. Let me add that other trustees may wish to add comments if they want, but I would note that I'm confident we're going to have an agenda item at our next meeting where this subject will be agendized. So it may be that other trustees want to save their comments for that time, or if they wish to do so now, let me know. Trustee Parker, and you're muted, by the way.
I will unmute. I just wanted to say thank you for those comments. I appreciate Dr. Goswami's letter that went out to the community as well. I appreciate that we're going to be talking about this more fully next week. We started a really important conversation within our community that I feel like with one crisis after another, it has not gotten the kind of focus that it needs. This is an urgent call for us to move forward. And I look forward to taking meaningful action. I want to be careful that this is not just a time that we're reactive, but that we are proactive.
Thank you, Kate. Anybody else wish to be heard now? Trustee Abud.
Yes, thank you, President Miller, and thank you for how you opened the meeting and giving us this chance to speak. I'm looking forward to our agenda item next week, and I'll mention later some ideas I have for that. But I just wanted to condemn the police murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and the white supremacist murder of Ahmaud Arbery, and the countless others, and acknowledge the local peaceful protests that we had in Santa Barbara this past weekend. And the organizers, Crystal Farmer, a former student and student trustee, and Simone Ruskamp, also a former Emoja assistant, who were pushed out of the institution due to inaction on many issues. And the Black Lives Matter SB demands, I would want to mention those, and hope that the other trustees and everyone listening in the campus community can look at those, look them up, and take action on them, and just state that Black Lives Matter. And just a couple points I wanted to make on this issue are we just need to be centering our Black voices on campus when we're making decisions and having agenda items come up next week. Want to make sure that they're being included in the discussions, and want to ask what has been done already. We had so many issues in 2018, and we can't hide from that. We had a very public climate survey that we invested in, and many people poured their hearts into, hoping for change. We had Black students and employees give us demands of how things can be better at Santa Barbara City College. And I think it's really good. It would be really great if we saw a progress report on those things, since we did even take action in a resolution to authorize the superintendent to take action. I think we need to know what that action is, measure the outcomes of it. We need to know things are getting better. It's been almost a year now since the survey went out. And I just wanted to also ask, have any Black faculty and staff and students been consulted this week at all, or in any way to best improve the campus climate? Another point I wanted to make is the chancellor's call to action for the statewide system at the webinar this morning. I think that's another thing that a lot of people, I don't want to go into all of that right now, but it's another thing that folks should look into. And I just want to ask, as we're doing the SERP and, we are going to have gaps in our workforce, what is our plan to address that lack of diversity in our employees? And, we passed a policy about that. I'd like us to see a status report on that, or what the plan is moving forward. Again, I wanted to also say that this is our chance to be in solidarity with our Black community. I think we didn't do a great job last year. I think we failed in many ways. And we have a chance to do better. And I think we have a chance to move forward by centering their voices on campus, and just some actionable items for the board next week. If there's going to be an item, I'd say an update on the climate survey, an update on employee diversity, an update on the demands that were made and received by the administration last year by Black students and employees, an update on what we're continuing to do to reduce the academic disparities with Black students, and also consider a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health crisis. Just like this is what one of the demands of Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara are, including support for Juneteenth, which maybe that's something our college can also contribute towards, and accountability. Santa Barbara Police is present on our campus, and our students do experience that every day. So we would want to make sure we want to support reforms there. And finally, I just want to acknowledge our student trustee, outgoing Kenny Abeshi, who his voice always spoke truth to power, and at some of the most stressful meetings of this board. So I'm sad that his voice isn't present on this board anymore, but I think we can all take his words with us. So thank you.
Okay, I thank you, Trustee Abud. I don't see any other hands raised. And Trustee Haslam.
Yes, I appreciate everything that Jonathan and Kate have said, and I think a focus on our campus is really important. But obviously, by dealing, even if we were successful with every aspect of on-campus activity, we would not be solving this problem. This problem is systemic, and the system to be focused on is the larger community. And we won't be able to affect that all by ourselves, but simply because we can't, no reason why we shouldn't do our part. So though I encourage us to focus on what happens on campus, there may be other things that we can do that may have symbolic value, but nevertheless be important testimony in this larger arena and this larger community, where if nothing else was clear from the last several days, it isn't just the fatigue of African Americans who have experienced this level of injustice or potential injustice or threat of injustice on a daily basis. It is, yes, frustration, but fatigue of being frustrated. And maybe now is the time that our country as a whole can move in the direction of addressing a systemic problem that has been with us for 400 years. And all I'm saying is we should be prepared when the opportunities arise to do our part, to underscore that struggle and to be a part of it.
Thank you, Trustee Haslam. Anybody else before we move on? And speaking of former student trustee Abeshi, he is our only public comment tonight, and he couldn't be here and asked if I would read his public comment. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that now. Dear Board of Trustees, members, and Dr. Goswami, it is a privilege to stand before you again, this time as a student not as a student trustee, but as an alumnus and a member of the public. The reason for standing before you today is to defend the decision of the Associated Student Government in disapproving the club charter of TPUSA on March 13, 2020. I would like to state clearly that we didn't deny their club charter to take away their First Amendment rights. In fact, members of TPUSA who are current students of SBCC are allowed to have meetings and air their opinions in school, whether or not the club is officially chartered by the ASG. What our club charter does is to officially make a club, an official club recognized by SBCC and backed by the Associated Student Government. For a club to be chartered, they have to meet certain conditions as put forth in the ASG bylaws and the board policies of SBCC. The ASG found that TPUSA runs a website called Professor Watch List, which targets faculty members from schools where they operate. This form of harassment goes against the values and standing rules of the ASG. It is also in direct contradiction to BP 3430. We aim for an educational environment where faculty can do their jobs to the highest standard without fear of harassment or retaliation. We believe that the First Amendment right of faculty members matter as well, and there are well-defined procedures for students to follow if they ever have an issue with any of our faculty members. As a student government body, our goal is to support clubs that represent our entire student body, irrespective of your political affiliation, academic or cultural background. That's why we are proud to have a very diverse list of clubs, such as Young Americans for Freedom, Conservative Club, Bernie Club, Democratic, Computer Science Club, Academic, and National and Nation Society for Black Engineers, Academic. What we can't and should not condone is to support clubs or organizations that aim to promote hate, division, and harassment. We must continue to promote a welcoming environment for everyone. I will therefore warn the Board of Trustees that approving this club against the will and recommendation of duly elected members of the Student Senate will be opening the doors to far right and far left groups who are poised to create chaos and racial tension. This is not what we need as a school and a community. Board of Trustees should work together with members of the student government to ensure that SBCC lives up to its mission of welcoming all students. And he concludes with a statement that the First Amendment isn't a free pass to discriminate. Thank you for listening. Kenny Ibeshi. We will now move on to item 4.1, a report on plans for this fall. So I'll turn this over to, I believe, Dr. Goswami.
Thank you, Trustee Miller, and welcome and good afternoon to the Board of Trustees. This is a topic that we have struggled with for last 6 or 8 weeks, primarily because of the uncertainty and around what might be the situation in the ground when August comes around. Where we are at this point, where we were a little while back, was we were thinking of doing, at least 20-25% of our classes on ground, and the rest of the classes online. And given how the situation has transpired over the last few weeks, we have changed that to offer just a minimal level of courses in the fall that will be face-to-face. So roughly about 150 to 170 sections, we are planning to be done face-to-face, and the rest of the 1,400 sections would be online. And the reason for the face-to-face classes is that there are significant, what we have learned is that number of students are not succeeding because of the online format. So we want to provide opportunity to students who may wish to take classes face-to-face, to take classes face-to-face. Of course, maintaining social distancing, maintaining small class sizes, maintaining the cleaning and the sanitation and all that regulations and the guidance that comes from CDC and the Public Health Department. So the plan right now is to go that way. Again, even those classes, those 160 or 170 classes, that they can be moved online anytime if conditions change between now and then. I'll ask Dr. Alston to kind of give a little bit more details about those plans as to what we are now thinking of doing this fall. So basically, primarily online, but there will be some classes face-to-face, and students will have a choice. They don't have to come to campus to do something. Dr. Alston?
Dr. Goswami. And before I begin, thank you, Trustee Miller, for your opening statement. In educational programs, we really support that and appreciate your words. As we've been working over the last 2 months to try to design a schedule that works for fall, we have sought first to have as many classes face-to-face as possible. As we researched and studied and learned and designed, we realized that it would need to be a smaller number than we first set our sights on. And so we've been working with the president to be able to determine what we would be able to do. The deans have been working with faculty, chairs in particular, to start shaping out what will be offered. Our foremost attention has been on those things that do not work well in the online environment. So if I support Dr. Goswami's point that many of our students might well benefit from face-to-face instruction, we've prioritized our limited resources and our capacity around those programs and fields of study that most essentially need face-to-face work. So we've been working heavily in the career technical side, in the sciences. We'll be working with theater. PE athletics is that we continue to shape and understand what will be happening with our sports season. And so we're working with a number that is somewhere a little south of Dr. Goswami's 170. I think the number, when it finally comes to play, will be about 120 sections. And we're working across allied health and nursing, auto, the more obvious technical pieces where you ask yourself, how could we do that online? But in addition to that, the faculty have been innovative, creative, and absolutely motivated to do the best work in the online environment as possible. We have designed one of the best protocols for helping train faculty and create a number of DE addenda in a very short time period. Matt Kay, Kathy O'Connor, Elizabeth Imhoff, Lori Vasquez, the list goes on and on of the faculty who supported this work to do it well, with the support of David Wong in the Faculty Resource Center, who is retiring soon. We have infused an equity component in that work. So in addition to trying to respond quickly to the online environment and the face-to-face environment, we've also carried on with work that's been important to us. So we've improved our curriculum process and our DE process, as well as our training for faculty in this work, which has been really critical. As we work to be able to have the communications really clear for students, we'll be doing some of the technical pieces you saw us work with in spring and summer to change the face of our schedule to help inform students where and when their classes will be meeting. And that will be really important. Let's see. We will be working on the face-to-face classes. Many of those will also have a hybrid online component in order that we not have that many students at any given time on campus. And so we'll be offering some labs that'll be online, and then they'll be face-to-face. And so we're working with technology, and IT has been great in their support with us. And we'll be looking to support our staff and faculty and student services, the library and learning resources. We announced a couple of weeks ago that those programs would stay online through fall. And we've been doing a great deal of work with that. As we bring new students into the institution, we're working to make our enrollment processes flexible and workable. We've had a lot of stress and strain in financial aid and A&R trying to navigate all of the questions of students. And so we've been working really hard to make sure those staff have the support that they need. We are hopeful that we're going to be able to open the Child Development Center, which I think is probably cause for great celebration. So we're following the protocols of what that will look like. And we're working closely with Beth Rizzo, local folks who work in that field, and then following the licensing agreements around that. Our study abroad programs for fall have been canceled, but we're hopeful we'll be able to move forward with those that have been planned for spring. And our continuing degree seeking students will likely be able to continue with online courses or those face-to-face opportunities that we've described in the fall. And our newly incoming international students will be encouraged to enroll in online courses or defer their admission to the institution until spring 2021.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ralston. Any questions from the board for Dr. Goswami or Dr. Ralston? Yes, Peter.
Do we have sufficient flexibility so that if something dramatic happened in the middle of the fall semester, that we could resume on-campus classes? Or is that simply an impossibility?
That probably is not a possibility because a number of students may decide that they will stay home and enroll online and stay home and do their classes from home. So we cannot simply say, well, in the middle of the semester, come back to Santa Barbara for face-to-face classes. So what might happen is what we're prepared for is that classes that are face-to-face may go online anytime in the fall if conditions warrant it, just like we did it in the spring. But the reverse is unlikely to happen just because of the fact that we don't know where the students are going to be, and we cannot force them in the middle of the semester to relocate to come and take classes at SBCC.
I understand. Thank you.
In fact, that was some of the pressure on the decision point, was trying to time that out so people could make those commitments.
Sure.
We're hopeful if circumstances improve in relationship to the virus, we might be able to add some face-to-face classes that we hadn't thought to offer a little later in the summer or closer to the start of fall. So if anything, that would be the only place where we might get flexible. We're frankly a little more worried about a second spike and something that might go the opposite way.
Sure. Well, my concern stems from Dr. Goswami's first statement, which was that a significant number of students were not succeeding because of the online format. And,
Yes.
and therefore, some of the courses will be offered on campus, a limited number.
Right.
Okay. But how can we assure ourselves that the students who are most likely to have difficulty with the online format will be included in those limited number of courses?
I don't think we can force, because we don't have a test to determine who will have difficulty. We end up finding out after the fact as to who's having difficulty. So we'll have to leave it to the judgment of the students and possibly their academic counselors who know the students better to guide them as to how to enroll. So we are basically providing choices to the students, that students who feel that they need to be in a face-to-face environment, they have a choice to come to school in a face-to-face environment.
Okay.
But since we don't know exactly who is likely to fall, not succeed, that's going to be a difficult thing to guide the appropriate students.
One final part of that would be, do we have a way by which to respond to students who in the middle of the semester say, I just am not succeeding in this, and it's because of the absence of this face-to-face? And I'm thinking maybe a limited number of students would have that experience and therefore would be prone to dropping out or failing in that particular class.
Mhm.
What are we taking that into account, and do we have a safety net for such people?
Could I weigh in quickly?
Sure.
The students who were struggled in the spring and experienced the opportunity to take an excused withdrawal and refunded their tuition, which the chancellor's office made possible. We're not sure if their struggle was related as much to being online students or experiencing distance education than it was to the entire economy shifting, their class being really quickly put online,
Okay.
faculty struggling through some of that circumstance. So the faculty have designed a really great training protocol and pedagogical professional development that will help improve the quality of the experience of the online classroom, which should help ensure that that goes better. We have a number of support mechanisms and interventions for students, ranging from online and local online tutorial services. We have an intervention system through our counseling program that's referred to as Starfish, where we can raise a flag on student success. We'll be working with faculty to be kind of intrusive and involved with students in a way that going through half your semester face-to-face and then suddenly landing online didn't account for. So spring was a dramatic event in and of itself. And we'll have additional data over the course of summer and into fall about what it means to have made the choice at the front end and provided faculty and staff with the support earlier to be able to prepare for that. So it's our goal that we'll be experiencing an increase of success as a result of that. So we will have students who struggle with the technology, with the online modality, with the sense of community that might be disrupted. The faculty will be working pretty intently to make sure that they're trying to accommodate for that.
Okay, it looks like Jonathan and Kate and Marcia have had their hands raised either digitally or otherwise. I'll start with Jonathan.
Yeah, could you maybe please elaborate a little more on the difficulties that our students are facing with online? Is it things like digital divide issues where lower income students don't have as good internet connection to learn? Is it just the online system regardless in general? Could you share some of the issues, and maybe there are targeted things we can do to solve some of them, and it might be a budget issue, but
So I can provide some insights from my days teaching online. Online enrollment, students who are online are required to be essentially highly self-motivated. There is no instructor sitting in the classroom commanding their attention for 45 minutes to focus on something. So they have to make their own choice to sit in front of a book or and study or do a problem. So a lot of students don't have that motivation, including not necessarily, it doesn't have to do with good or bad students, or smart or not smart students. It is some people are like that, who needs a structure of a classroom in a structured environment to be able to focus. And some are able to focus by themselves. That's one of the primary issues. Digital divide, I think, there is a bit of that, but we have, to the extent that we can, we've provided hotspots, we have provided Chromebooks and all that stuff. So it is primarily that I have to force myself to study when nobody's telling me to study.
Kate. Kate.
Thanks. Just tagging on to that, I am wondering, because the students that are having issues are not necessarily at all the students that are in science or career tech classes. And I'm wondering if there's any consideration of perhaps having some limited social distancing tutorial services that are actually not virtual, that they are on campus. And so I think that that's just something to consider for students that are struggling with this type of format. And then the question that I have is, I hope that we could hear about the School of Extended Learning. I'm assuming that we're talking about something similar, but I don't know. So I'd love to hear what the plans are for our non-credit classes for the fall.
Yes, Melissa, can you?
Yep, sure. Well, our considerations and priorities are different from credit. We have a large student body that is by nature of their age at a higher risk group. So we have that concern. We have worked on a model to bring individual courses back that are lab intensive. We'll be making our final decision on Friday as to what that plan looks like. But we are considering different ideas like flipped classrooms where you have a lab assistant, something like you mentioned, Kate, for our ESL students, where the students can come in with the lab assistant, but still be watching the live Zoom instruction from the classroom and keeping the instructor at home. And then we're also looking at another concept for ceramics, where some of the faculty have asked us if they can come into the classroom and Zoom from the classroom where students stay at home. So we've been working on a number of scenarios, and of course, considering the safety and health of our students and staff and faculty first.
No.
Dr. Goswami, you had something?
Yes, I was going to add that on the background, we have to consider the cost of going face-to-face also, because the cost of going face-to-face is significant. Thankfully, the CARES Act money, we'll be able to use that money to cover the cost of going face-to-face instruction, an additional cost that comes with it. Otherwise, if we had to spend our own dollars to go there, it would have been very, very difficult, almost impossible to go there, because to clean classrooms after every use, to clean the labs after every use, and then frequently cleaning the restrooms, frequently cleaning the areas where students congregate, all of those, plus masks and all of those are going to be very, very expensive. Even now, I think our tentative estimate is, Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong, is upwards of $250,000 in simply supplies to, to take care of the students cleaning and everything, on the classroom cleaning and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't quite catch the number you said, so I may or may not need to correct you, but yeah, over $200,000 in costs we're estimating. Yes, that's correct.
Marcia. You're muted.
Better?
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering if you could speak more to which classes that you have in mind that are going to be face-to-face, and how you're addressing the health issues, because I think as we have all been talking about the recent events, we have noted that the burden of the pandemic falls largely on our communities of color as well, and that they are at much greater risk. So I am concerned. Some kinds of classes have certainly been identified as high risk, and a number of PE classes, the music classes, for example, singing, considered high risk. So I'm, as I would imagine, blowing through a wind instrument. And I know that the music department was trying out a Zoom concert approach, which sounds very creative and promising to me, but I am concerned. So can you tell me, for example, will we require testing of students before they do a face-to-face class? There's a significant percentage of people who are non-symptomatic, who have this virus and can spread it, and of course don't realize it because they have no symptoms, as has recently shown up at West Point.
Pamela can talk about the list of classes that we're planning to offer. In terms of maintaining the safety, our intent is to follow whatever guidelines that the CDC and the county requires. Plus, I have a feeling that the Chancellor's office also, in coordination with the state health agencies, will issue some general guidelines. So we will follow all of those guidelines. At this point, the notion of testing has not risen to the level of higher education. So it is not under consideration at this point in time. But it could be considered if that's what the requirement is from the public health department.
I'm suggesting that we might want to impose that requirement. We have a duty to our faculty, staff, and students to do our best to keep them safe. And this is a pretty basic approach that many institutions are looking at. Obviously, West Point had their students come back and they tested every single one of them before, right at the start. And they're going to continue to test.
Sure.
So I'm suggesting this could be a best practice that we should be concerned about. I think it's also reassuring to our community. Our students do not live on campus. They live in the community.
Pamela, can you talk about the list of classes?
So the classes that we're looking at, and music spent a bunch of time researching how best to offer instruction. I think you've probably read about choirs that were exposure sites and a number of things. Certainly wind instruments are not a great, or are a great way to actually blow air out into the world. So music has actually gotten to the point where they've researched some technology that can help with the timing and microphoning for at-home work. And so we're working through what the purchase for technology support for an online music program will look like. And they've done great headway, very much the same way in art. So faculty have been working through what that looks like. PE is still researching and working through what offerings might be there, but those would be outside offerings in non-contact sorts of ways. As we look through the lab offerings, particularly in the sciences, we have been thinking through a protocol that takes square footage into account, the shapes of rooms, social distancing, and masking for students. So when Dr. Goswami talked about the increase in expense for teaching face-to-face during this time period, it's in part going from a class of 96 that breaks into 4 labs of 24, and then breaking those 24 into 6-foot circles and being able to place them in the classroom. We're doing the numbers on what it looks like to teach smaller sections of somewhere around 10 or 8 students, and how many of those can we afford to be able to have in place, and how can we appropriately support faculty into that. So each of the programs is working kind of on the ground in real time to work through this. And we're working with our colleagues in the community in nursing to be able to determine what clinical settings will look like and how all of that will go forward. So the easiest space of what we know is all those things that we're moving online. So we have 1,500 credit sections this fall, and we're talking about face-to-face instruction for something like 120. So all of our resources to bear on making sure those students and staff, faculty will be in the safest physical space is the protocol that we are following. So we have a team pulled together on the logistics and planning for what that face-to-face work looks like. The academic deans and the student services deans are thinking about how to do that well and how to support students in it. So our primary concern is the health and safety, and bringing back to our community a number of students who've been away is one of the things that we've thought a lot about. So Dr. Goswami kind of reiterated that once we make that commitment to be predominantly online, we're going to hold to that commitment.
So are we going to require students to wear masks in class?
Yes.
And I mean, we like to think everyone's on the same page about these things, but they're not. And so if we have a student who refuses, are we going to have consequences that are in place for that?
We will ask the student to leave.
The CDC guidance also talks about how to set up a training protocol for your staff on campus to be able to walk through the measures and protocols we put in place. So not only will we have directives and guidance about how our behavior should be shaped, but we'll go through training to make sure that everybody feels supported in doing that work. And that will help in the management of what happens in the classroom.
Okay, I'm just thinking of kind of the basic policy steps that need to be in place for someone to say you are required to wear a mask.
Yeah.
It's not your choice to expose others, that kind of thing.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Veronica, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Goswami, Dr. Ralston. I'm wondering about capacity for identifying students that could potentially benefit from face-to-face versus online. And as you said that, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Go speak to your counselor or talk to someone to see what works. And having been at home for almost 3 months and hearing all of the conversations in my house with all the secondary kids, the dual enrollment kids, and so I've heard a lot about everything from parents and kids, and I agree 100%, Dr. Goswami. A lot of it is motivation. You know, when school ended, we were getting comments like, you know, text messages and just hearing the kids' conversations like, wait, what? School's not over? Isn't it done? You know, so I just think this whole mentality of that shift was different. Mm-hmm. And then also acknowledging Patricia Stark's comment that we have a wide range of the, you know, our online classes. Some of them look different. Some of them were just getting on board. And then listening to Matt Mooney's presentation last Thursday, going back to, I think, Dr. Ralston, what you mentioned is just that pedagogy for online learning. And so making those courses better for students. So how realistic is it that our counselors will be able to provide this guidance to the students? Is it, and I say that because having just been a teacher for the last decade, there's certain families that, you know, we provide additional services and resources and the conversations take longer. Sometimes we have a meeting and it requires a meeting of 8 people for one family because that's what requires to support and help that student. So since everything's looking different, do we have the capacity and is the quality there, or is that a conversation that's still happening?
So going back to the capacity of the counselors to adequately guide students, I think now having worked in schools yourself, you know that some students are in constant contact with the counselors, mm-hmm. and some students come there required 2 times a semester. Okay, so counselors know more about the students who have close contact with them. So my feeling is that's how it's going to play out. That students who are in frequent contact with their counselors know them better. So say, George, I know you very well. Don't do this or don't do that. Or Sally, do this. At the same time, the students who maintain relationship with the counselors just a perfunctory way, then I'll just talk to you twice a semester. You may not know very much about the student, but I think now the counselors are professional enough to kind of know when students come to them, they will point out that remember to be on online. These are the things that you must be able to accomplish. And also they'll point out that now here are some of the face-to-face classes. At the same time, we won't have that many seats available for face-to-face. So it'll be interesting to see that come once we open it up and make the announcement. We'd like to see what happens in 3 weeks as to what happened to those sections. If it rapidly fills up, we might have to think something about something differently. And to that end, I think I have asked Rayan to kind of ask the faculty or survey the faculty to figure out how many of them might be willing to teach face-to-face, because we don't want to force people to come and teach face-to-face. And there is surprisingly a significant number of faculty who wouldn't mind coming back and teaching face-to-face. So I think we have a group of people who are willing to teach face-to-face, and depending on our experience, what happens in the next 3 or 4 weeks after enrollment starts for new students. At that point, we might have to make some calls in terms of how to manage the need for face-to-face classes. Ideally, we would have gone down the path of which are the courses that students are at most at risk. And we know which classes are kind of gatekeeper kind of classes. And those are the sections we would have probably offered face-to-face. But we didn't go that path. No, we went down the path of courses that are difficult to convert to the online environment. So it is a work in progress. So I think, and the reason I insisted that we do something with face-to-face in the fall, because it'll be a learning experience. So in the spring, we can plan for a bigger session if possible, because clearly we cannot, given our student population, we cannot rely on online education to adequately serve our students. In fact, more than 1,000 students withdrew took excused withdrawal from our classes at the end of this semester. So that is a big concern that to be able to serve our students, we need to make sure we match our offerings to what the students need, at the same time maintain the health and safety of both students and faculty and staff and the community. So it's a very delicate balance.
That's good. Dr. Ralston, so on the faculty end of it, and I say this, my daughter's taking a lot of online classes, and so just observing the format of the class, and all the faculty have been wonderful. Of course, Jocelyn's she's a different, unique student, and she'll do her thing. And I know that one thing that benefited me, even in graduate school, because I did my master's was all fully 100% online. My teaching credential was at Cal State Teach. It was all online. So I started this 10 years ago. And the state actually has, great, robust programs for this. Is there talk amongst the faculty, even though we were online, the faculty, the very first class, we still met like online. So, and then the faculty, so here I was as a graduate student, we're all grown adults, with bachelor's degrees. They went through, and of course this was Cal State Fullerton, so they had a very robust student success plan in place, but they went through the syllabus, and it was, I don't know, it was good, because you answered questions and you're going through all the modules, and this is where you do that. And I noticed that some of the online classes that don't start off that way, if you encounter a difficulty, you might be more willing to just, forget it, drop it. And there's other students who are going to naturally persevere, and, that's just their personality. But I mean, I was working full-time as a teacher, and, had the kids and volunteering in the community and serving on this board. And so even as a grown woman, I appreciated faculty sitting down and said, all right, at 6 o'clock, someone's going to go through this with me. I'm going to check it off and answer all my questions. And I just know if that's something that, maybe could be considered, to encourage students, because I think I think Matt Mooney said this last week, online is actually the ideal for a lot of our students, because we are busy, we are working 40 plus hours a week, you have kids, going to your own kids' stuff. So really, when you get the groove of online and it's a high quality online course and it's outlined perfectly, man, that's the way to go. Because you can drop off your kids at school and, do the work when you need to. So anyway.
So let me clarify something, that even though we are taking our courses online, they still have a set time and days in which they're supposed to meet.
Okay.
So it is not like you sign up for a course not knowing when the instructor might have a class. So you pretty much sign up for a class as if you are taking a face-to-face class at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or 8 o'clock in the morning. So there are set times in which they're supposed to meet. And with the idea that some instructors may pursue the synchronous methodology in teaching. I'll ask Rayan, if it's okay with you, Trustee Miller.
Sure.
She is teaching, and so she can speak from a, actually somebody who's on the ground perspective,
Yes, is that okay?
Yes.
So I've never taught online before, and I am a assistant professor of chemistry. And so as you can imagine, teaching a chemistry course, let alone any course online, has been a big undertaking. I just want to commend the efforts of our faculty here that are on CAC and our FRC staff for the amazing training that they put together for people exactly like me that had to switch to online teaching very abruptly in the spring, and now doing it in the summer as well. And as well as Matt Mooney, who has offered his time for many of us, because in my opinion, he is an expert online instructor and has provided many webinars, and I'm taking his non-credit class as well right now. Speaking about the schedule in particular, while it is true that our classes currently have a set time when they are scheduled, based on many of the equity trainings and the FRC training that we go through, it is not recommended necessarily to be meeting synchronously at those designated times. Some students are in other parts of the country, other parts of the world. Some students are working, some students have children. The list can go on, right? So it is recommended that some, or not recommended, but while some people choose to teach at those specific times, it is also recommended to record your teaching at those times and then offer it via video, YouTube link, something so that other people can access it at other times. Part of the equity aspect and some of the training I went through recommended that it's really hard to build community in an online classroom because you're just this person sitting there doing your work. Like Dr. Goswami said, you have to be somewhat self-motivated, right? So how do you build community in your online classroom? And one of the ways that you can do that is to do it synchronously. So instead of always offering your class synchronously, there's ways to offer class meetings synchronously that aren't necessarily at the class time that's designated, or they are, or at another time, so that your students can talk with each other, speak with you, and have that, not real face-to-face, but simulated experience.
Thank you, Rayanne, for that, those comments. Jonathan, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, just one last point on what I've heard already, because I don't want to repeat anything I've agreed with, but I think Marcia has said some things in terms of how we keep our people safe that is really important. And also what Veronica has mentioned too. And I think the point I want to make is I don't want to see it as like it's the student's fault that they're not learning as well because they don't have the motive. I mean, there's no one's had to do this before. This is a big thing we're asking of people. So I'd want us to look at maybe, support for students, teaching them how to learn online better. I think maybe if we had some workshops, we have a lot of time left before fall semester. It's a relative long amount of time where we can help train our faculty on how to provide the classes better and help train our students on how to accept the education from them better. So, I don't want to see it as them being, not doing a good job, but it's a hard time for everybody that we need to problem solve.
Marcia, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I was wondering, you mentioned, and I missed the number, I think, Dr. Goswami, that we had lost a certain number of students when we converted to online. And I would think there would be two elements to that. Maybe one element right after this all happened, when people were really trying to adjust to a lot of things at once, including our going online, but not exclusively that. And then perhaps as the class moved on, you might lose a second group that was saying, this isn't working for me. So I'm wondering what we know about that.
So the number I mentioned, which was slightly more than 1,000,
Slightly more than what?
slightly more than 1,000
1,000 out of
the, I don't know, how many thousand? 12?
15,000.
Yeah, 15,000. Okay. So those are the students who have opted to take an excused withdrawal, which was a new thing that we have allowed. Of course, in addition to that, we had typical drops and everything else throughout this semester. So in terms of order of magnitude, I think 1,000 is a big number compared to the past. Now we can always parse as to whether 1,000 was because of financial difficulties or because of online difficulties or whatever. But the point is, regardless, we are ending up with a substantial number of students who have withdrawn.
what would be a typical pass number? Do you know, Pamela?
Our normal student success rate is somewhere around 72% across all credit courses in a given term.
Correct.
So I don't have that in a numerical.
So I'm like 1,000 versus
400
Yeah.
or 500 in that range.
We will experience quite a fall off as we do the research on what spring 20 looked like, for all of the reasons. To abruptly switch gears right before spring break, to have students contend with a national pandemic, to have our students who are both looking after aging parents and looking after children of their own, people suddenly unemployed or employed in ways that they weren't. The variables on our student success format over spring will be something that people write about for decades to come in academic research. So it's difficult for us to be able to pinpoint any finite element, which is part of, I just want to kind of reiterate this before we move on to other topics. The faculty training that we have in place is better now than it has ever been for distance education. And we are already kind of leaders in the state for this work. And the faculty came together and added new components to this. We dramatically changed a number of elements. And to Trustee Gallardo's point, faculty are trained to do intrusive interventions with students in the classroom in ways that we don't necessarily always see in the face-to-face environment. And so if you're spending 2 hours in a semester with a counselor versus 54 hours with your credit faculty member, the person most likely to catch you when you start to fall is that instructional faculty member. And so the training really takes that into account. And it's a very intentionally designed effort to help faculty be able to respond to their own challenges in the online environment and to be able to help their students stay and succeed. So we have done some really impressive work in the face of massive change. And so I think our success in summer is going to be much more significant than what we saw in spring. And as we move into fall, and hopefully we don't have to maintain this all next academic year, but we will be ready to do that if we have to. And I think our student services faculty, the tutoring, the library, everyone is stepping up as intentionally as possible, because we know that this is new for students. And this is a challenge, but we've had a long storied history with good online instruction. About 30% of our instruction is online already. And we do a good job.
Every indication is we're doing a fabulous job on that. And I really appreciate the work everyone is doing. I'm just curious, ultimately, maybe when you get a chance to look later, can we have a number of comparison? Because 1,000 may sound like a lot, but maybe that's not so unusual.
It's a lot. We'll bring more research and data as we get it formulated. I will tell you, it's a lot. It's a heartbreakingly high number for a college that does as well succeeding with students as we do. It's not where we normally aim. So, and we always have the excuse withdraw. A student with exceptional circumstances can be released from a class or a grade up to a year based on our policy. what's new about this is that the tuition came back to students in their spring term, and there was no standard academic progress consequence to that. So students weren't harmed in their financial aid this year. So they made choices they might not have made otherwise, where they might have just kind of pushed through and accepted a lower grade, or students were allowed to make some decisions that actually served them in their whole lives. We extended the pass no pass opportunity. We did some things to make things more flexible for students. And I think it shifted some of the ways that we think about instruction. And I think we'll, down the road, we get a little further past the crisis feeling of this, we're going to be a better institution for the work we've been doing.
So, Kate, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just following up on that really quickly, two things. One is we know the 1,000 students that withdrew. Can we ask them why they withdrew? Can we get some details from them? And then two, as Dr. Ralston and Dr. Goswami know, and I brought this up and I think Trustee Gallardo would attest, the type of training that you're talking about does not exist in the public K-12 realm. It would be so beneficial for K-12 in California to have the same kind of, intensive training where a K-12 teacher could get 2-week certification to be a better online instructor. And right now, the districts, the K-12 districts are doing it really piecemeal. I do feel like the community colleges, maybe through the county ed offices, should be talking and should be thinking about, are there elements of the program? I mean, obviously there are things that are unique to the community college system, but there's a lot of pedagogy, online pedagogy, that's not unique to the age group. It's not unique to the courses that are being taught. Are there ways that through the CDE, through the county ed office, community colleges like ours could be reaching down to the K-12 system to help ramp them up, because a lot of them are thinking about hybrid as well?
Well, that's a good suggestion. I'll follow up on that with Susan Saucedo and see where we go from there.
Okay. Trustee Gallardo, your hand is still up. Did you have another comment or question?
No, I never put it down. Put it down right now.
Okay. So I believe we may be ready to move on to the budget. The reason we were meeting tonight. Before we do that, I just want to thank Dr. Goswami and Dr. Ralston and Rand Napoleon for offering their comments about what's going on in this very unique and demanding environment. And with that, let's move to item 4.2, which is a discussion of our budget scenarios between now and 2023.
So I will just initiate the conversation and then ask James and Lindsay to kind of provide more of the details. I will begin by stating that even as we present some numbers to you, those numbers are likely to change by the time we enact our budget. So what we are presenting here is based on what we have learned from the May revise. In the meantime, there is a separate proposal going around in the legislature. We don't know what will transpire, but if that some parts of it comes through as a compromise, our numbers are going to change significantly. At least in that case, it will change for the better. Second, I'll point out that the numbers we are presenting, I think we are somewhat comfortable, or fairly comfortable with the numbers we have for 2021. Anything beyond what we are trying to do here is give a picture of what the options are and what the scenarios are likely going to be for the institution in the next 2 years. So suffice to say, for 2021, we are showing a $10+ million deficit, of which $6.5 million is directly attributable to the cut from the federal, from the state. And the rest because of decline in international and non-resident students. And to a certain extent, the reduction in the COLA. 21-22 is going to be a pivotal year for SBCC. Big questions. Will the state come roaring back and make us whole? Or the growth and the recovery in the state is going to be slower, so we may not be made whole next year. Is the decline in non-resident population coming back or not coming back? We will know those answers probably, or beginning to get some sense of those answers by January or February of next year. So at that point in time, we will have 3 or 4 months to make significant decisions for the institution. Clearly, this pattern of deficits cannot continue forever. This pattern of deficit does not incorporate the permanent change that will be needed in the institution if we end up determining that the nature of our student population and enrollment pattern has changed permanently. So if we know that our student enrollment pattern has changed significantly and the state budget picture has changed significantly, then next year we will have to make some hard decisions so that we don't have this continuing deficit. Because at this point, as you can see, we run out of money pretty quickly. So please don't take this as a proposal that I'm proposing that we continue to have deficits forever. What I'm pointing out is that we will have deficit this year, because of the unusual circumstances, but next year, depending on how it plays out, we will have to make significant decisions regarding what the size of the institution is going to be. So that's my preface in terms of looking into the long-term picture. So after we go through the numbers, one of the primary policy decisions that the board will have to kind of grapple with is how much of this $10 million can be covered through reserves, and how much of that we'll have to find some other ways to cut dollars in terms of expenditures. And at this point, when we talk about cutting expenditures, it is pretty clear that all of that has to come from pretty much personnel dollars. So with that, I'll ask James to kind of take us through the details of the budgets for the next 3 years. So if Oren can bring up the 2021 through 22-23 numbers, yes.
Okay. Is there any way you can make that a little bigger?
Somewhat bigger?
Okay. Can people see this or? All right. Okay, so this document, this first page is a summary, and what you can see is the first 3 columns are looking at 2021, going back to the presentation that Dr. Goswami gave in the March 12th meeting, and what we were looking at for a budget then, and then where we were about 2 weeks ago with our draft tentative budget, and then where we are now based on the May revise. So you can see the biggest change in all of this is really a drop from about $100 million in revenue down to about 89 or $90 million in revenue. And a lot of that is coming really from an extended decline in international and out-of-state students, as well as the 8% base reduction that was in the governor's proposal. Which is the $6.5 million that Dr. Goswami was referring to. One thing I do want to bring up is if you hear a 10% reduction, what that is an 8% reduction over our 1920 budget, plus the 2% COLA that was, or 2.29% COLA that was in the January budget. So they're saying it's a 10% reduction over what was being proposed in January, which is really an 8% reduction over what we have now when you actually look at the real numbers. So that 6.5 or $6.6 million is really the reduction. Can you go ahead and start scrolling down to the next page there? I'm going to work with our 2021 budget now and then come back up, look at the scenarios for 21-22 and 22-23 going forward. So what the next 3 pages of this document are showing is basically walking us from our 1920 budget down to our anticipated budget for 2021 based on all the changes. So here you can see that 8% reduction, that $6.5 million there. We have to add back in deficit factor that in this year and then take back out the one-time revenue we got for recalculation. And then there's a small change in the total computation revenue, that $562,000. That's a function of the resident FTES going to a 3-year average. As you know, we've been declining, so this is kind of our that decline from previous years. And then the next section, you can see the reduction in out-of-state and international tuition.
So let me add something, James. So I want to clarify a couple of high level numbers. That if you look at the column on 529, third column, what you're looking at compared to March, what has changed is $1.8 million disappeared. On top of it, we are having a $6.5 million reduction, total being 8.35 less from the state. So that's one high level takeaway. Number two, if you go towards the bottom, we had about $1.2 million decline in non-resident revenue in March. That number has gone up to $3.2 million. So that's what has changed in the revenue picture in broad terms between March and now. We can go to the next page, please.
Okay, so the next page is where we start beginning looking at our expenditures. And this is walking from our adopted budget to what we're looking at next year. And a lot of these I do want to point out are broad strokes at this point, and we're working on filling in the details. But you can see the change. We're looking at increasing the amount of money we're looking to save from the CERP. And then the other thing I really want to highlight is down towards the bottom, part of the May revise did give back on the CalPERS and CalSTRS contribution rates. You can see in both the first 2 columns that we were anticipating those rates going up by just under $1 million. And now we're looking at those going down. That's a function of the governor's budget proposing some contributions to help reduce the rates. It would actually effectively reduce our STRS contribution rate. 17.1 to 16.1% next year. And our PERS rate would still increase, but it would increase by a much smaller rate. And going up to over 22%, it would go up to just barely over 20%. So that basically walks us back and would end up saving us about $100,000 in next fiscal year.
I'll also point out in the third column, which is 529, we have about $250,000 in expenditures related to COVID-19. Not all of them will remain in the general fund. Some of them would be charged to the CARES Act money. So we're in the process of determining, working with our accountants to figure out how much of the $250,000 will be moved out of the general fund to the CARES Act money. I just want to point it out that that number is going to 250 will become a smaller number after we make the transfer.
Okay, and then the other piece that I definitely want to highlight in here is you can see that we've also reduced our transfers assumptions, primarily reducing our transfers to the construction fund for our emergency repairs. That leaves us with about $200,000, which would only allow us to repair the most critical things that break on campus. So, leaking roofs, things that would do ongoing damage. And then we also reduced our transfer out to the food service area.
James?
Yes.
James, you're fading out when you lean back.
Okay, I will try and stay lean forward. Sorry, I probably should have called in on my phone. Okay, so the transfers out are reduced from about 1.8 when we were looking at it in March down to 1.3. That's in the construction fund and in food service is where we're looking to reduce those transfers. So that is what we're looking at for the tentative budget for 2021. Before I move into the scenarios, does anybody have any questions in that area?
Veronica?
Yeah, James, I was wondering the $1,000 million relief that we're getting from the state right now for the, I was going to slide the slide down. The previous sheet we were looking at, that's not going away. They're just somehow tacking that to the back somewhere. I mean, I'm assuming that the state's not going to, we still have that obligation basically. So where is that money? That percentage is going to have to come back somewhere and we're going to eventually pay for it. I doubt that they're just going to say, oh, you don't have to fund this because that liability is there already.
Yes. So if you look, and this is kind of getting into the scenarios, but you'll see that in the future years on that CalPERS column, I add back in a significant amount next fiscal year and then some more again in 22, 23. And that's recognizing that rates are eventually going to be going up. We don't really know what the rates will look like in the next year, but I definitely wanted to put a significant dollar amount in there for that increase.
Question?
I do. Robert?
Yes.
I had a question. I'm on my screen. I'm not seeing where to do the raise hand thing. So I was raising my hand.
I saw your hand.
Okay.
A real hand.
Yeah, I have some questions about this. One is when we see this again, as I imagine we will, it would be helpful to me is not to lump salaries and benefits. Because I think it's important for us to understand what's going up and what's going down in terms of faculty and staff and benefits. And I lose that when we lump them together. On the second page, when you're talking about the adjustments for state and local revenue and out-of-state tuition, you have a parens 10%, 20%, 20% for out-of-state, and similarly another 3%. So that I assume refers to the 3 2021 columns. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at our current enrollment numbers, we seem to be losing even more than that. And so I'm wondering, do we plan to do an update next go round on that, or what's the thinking?
We will, right now, our enrollment pattern is really off kilter primarily because students don't know whether or not how much of the classes are going to be online, how many of the classes are going to be face-to-face. Once there is certainty and we'll be admitting the new students, our new students will start enrolling starting June 6th. So we'll have about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks of experience of actual enrollment of new students. At that point, we will know what likely our numbers are going to be, and so we're prepared to make adjustments as necessary at that point in time.
So there will be an adjustment before the final on the tentative budget, basically.
Final on the 25th, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we learn.
Okay. We had talked at one point, I think, about the savings on the SERP being, I'm looking at the third column on the third page. Say the SERP replacements, we have 225,000 for that. What is that? Do we know what those are?
We're estimating it's 2 positions of the SERP that we would replace. It's just an estimate.
The 2 faculty positions or what?
No, it wouldn't be faculty positions. There's 2 things going on with positions right now. One is you see the other line that says reduce faculty hiring, fill 2 of 6. So there was faculty hiring from this past year, 1920, that we still have in the budget potentially to replace 2 of those 6. But the SERP replacements of 225,000 is to an estimate of potentially replacing 2 people from the SERP unrelated to those faculty replacements.
So it's a total of 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A total of 4 that we would be hiring is what you're saying.
The 2 faculty is not the SERP related. They were already in the budget to be hired for next year. So
right.
instead of hiring 6, we're going to hire 2, or at least that is the proposal. And we may hold back on hiring some and then decide to hire faculty next year. So we'll see where it goes, where it lands.
Okay. We have a health insurance increase noted, though it seems to have dropped a little bit. I'm wondering about the worker unemployment insurance. Do we have anticipated increases there? Because my recollection is we ran out and are borrowing money to pay unemployment claims. Not we personally, the state.
So our unemployment rates aren't changing, and we pay a variance charge that varies year over year, but we have a sufficient amount in the budget already to cover that. I don't know exactly what that would be, and I wouldn't really have anything else to change that, and I haven't been given any indication.
So we know that our rates won't change, even though the state is terribly short on that.
As far as I know, they're not changing. If I have any other information, I'll update the budget based on that. I haven't been given any information that those will change.
Okay.
Is lottery in here? Sorry, Marcia. I know you're looking at your papers. I'm looking down here. Lottery. So it was expected that. Do we know about the lottery? And we're going to be expected to. I'm assuming it's going to be less cash flow than we've received in previous years because of lottery sales.
The lottery budget is budgeted basically the same as what is this year. That would be in our other state and local revenue area. And the numbers we got from the chancellor's office related to the related to the May revise showed that lottery, we could plan on it going up slightly. I didn't put any increase into the budget for that. I thought it would be a little bit better to leave that on the low side and extra revenue if it showed. But you know, that's a really tough one to budget every year. They kind of give us a number to guess with, and it never comes in anywhere close to that.
Okay. We have on page 3 under expenditures, a reduction in sections offered and saving $400,000. How many sections are we proposing to reduce, and how are we selecting the ones to reduce?
I estimated that given our reduction in student population, 70 sections is about the right number. So that's a target I gave to Dr. Ralston, and she worked with the deans to determine where to make those cuts.
And she's not with us right now, huh? Oh, you're back.
Yes. So we've been working on this is a two-pronged approach. So we were working on efficiency efforts prior to COVID, and that's the 70 sections, approximately 210 TLUs spread across all the programs and divisions. And we're balancing that out with courses that we might need to cut given fall and the move online. So that's kind of a work in progress, but we're kind of sharing that in the spaces where people can afford to lose a section. We're working from that perspective, and we're working on kind of consolidation. We had clearer outline of what that looked like before the need to move online and manage the face-to-face. So Dr. Goswami and I are in communication about how that's proceeding.
And we're paying close attention to what students need in a basic way to move forward in their educational plans.
That's what we're always focused on.
Okay.
And then I'm wondering, with the reduction to the transfer to the construction fund, maybe this is a question for later, but my understanding from talking to Dr. Goswami about this was that this year we spent $900,000 on emergency, and here we're reducing it down to 300, I think. And that the thinking was, if we're not on campus, there are some things you don't have to fix, like air conditioning, because nobody's using the classroom. But when you return to class, or if you are in fact doing some face-to-face classes like we've discussed earlier, then you do need to fix this. And so I'm wondering, what are we going to do? Do we have a plan to fix it later and up that missing money so that we continue to fix our campus? Or are we, I don't know. I mean, how are we balancing that?
The thinking is, as the state funding returns back to us, we'll start putting back money there again to do that.
And if they don't?
Then we'll have to talk about how to maintain the campus, because the state is not funding us anymore to maintain our buildings.
Yeah, there was 0 this year. So, okay. The rest of my questions have to do with the other columns. So.
Question.
Craig, did you have a question?
Yeah, I found the raise hand button, but I don't think it worked. It took me quite a while to find that because it disappeared. With what Pamela kind of answered this already, but I want to ask the question in different words. Working on the efficiency, I'd like to know what effect having online classes, assuming maybe we can do bigger sections online, and I don't know if that's true or not, maybe not, maybe in some cases, but probably not at all. And has has being able to do, if we've been able to do larger class sections, has that helped our efficiency numbers? Or are we still in the same boat? Can
Do you,
somebody answer or address that?
Dr. Goswami,
Um,
take that?
well, a couple of things will happen. Larger sections per se doesn't necessarily improve efficiency. It depends on how many students actually end up enrolling in the section. So we can make a section, theoretically 60 or 70, if possible. But if only 40 people enroll, then our efficiency is not very good. So the way I'm looking at it is that we have cut the number of sections compared to the past. And then we are anticipating at least in-district students to pretty much max out in terms of our capacity. So that by itself will actually increase our efficiency because we are now serving more students, in-district students with fewer sections.
Thank you. That's pretty much what I wanted to hear. I know we can survive a year or two of this, but it doesn't look too good. We can't keep this up. So that's your job. And I don't want to get in the weeds and tell you how to do it, but I know that it needs to be done or we're going to get in really bad trouble here. That's just how I see it. And thank you for indulging my question.
Jonathan, you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. So the first one is, has there been any follow-up on the discussion last meeting on figuring out like a plan to retain out-of-state and international students to make, it's minus 2.2 million, that's pretty big. Has there been any progress made on how we can market to them and appeal to them to remain our students, even if one semester will be online, maybe two?
Sure. We are engaging and starting kind of a marketing campaign, at least for out-of-state students. And we are hoping that we haven't done it for a number of years. So now that we're starting to do it, hopefully it will pay some dividends next year. International students, it's a very different ball game. Actually, from the time we developed this proposal and this set of scenarios to what has happened now, things look a little bit worse. For example, optional practical training, which is available for all students, will no longer be available to the majority of the students. So that will be a disincentive for students to come and enroll. There are restrictions being placed selectively on visas. So what I can say is that clearly the November election will have a big impact on which way it goes.
Okay.
So we are kind of at this rate, if whatever has been put in place remains, then for 2021, 22, and 22, 23, we might have to change the numbers significantly. But I don't want to change the numbers significantly until knowing what actually happens at the beginning of next year.
Okay, I have two other questions unrelated to the international and out of state, but just as a follow-up to this point, I thought at the last meeting it was clarified that visas aren't a factor in someone in another country enrolling as our student, as an international students, but it is, or
No.
Maybe separately, can we have some information on that? Not
Sure.
right now directly.
No, visa per se is not if it's a short term, that if they still have the ability to come here, yes. But if they can never come to the US, what is the incentive to enroll in SPCC? Very little. So they have to have the end, they have to have the ability to come to the US to study physically at SPCC. So for one semester, yes, they could potentially be, in Sweden or Norway or wherever, Nigeria. But beyond that, if there is no expectation that they'll ever be able to come here to finish the degree, then it wouldn't make sense, economic sense for them to enroll here.
Right, but they don't need to come here to finish the degree. Like you could theoretically never come here and finish
Yes.
the degree, or yeah.
But what we're saying is that it's unlikely that students will do that.
Okay. So that's that resolved. Thank you. Another question is the 300,000 reduction in transfer to food service. What are the material effects of that? Is food service just gonna continue operating normally on their own reserves? How does that impact them?
So right now, I think, if the campus is closed, we don't have food service really.
Right.
Yeah.
But we might, I don't know, I know the school district is looking at different utilization of their food service. I know I talked to you about this at our call a couple of weeks ago. Are there any thoughts on that, of how we can repurpose food service?
Yes, we'll have to think about people who we can not productively utilize because we are online, because there are certain services that are provided on campus. So we have to talk about redeploying or making a decision about the employees who fall in that category. So that's a decision we'll have to make in the next 2-3 weeks.
Okay. And then another one is the tutorial payroll reduction is so, and we just had another discussion about how students are finding it more difficult to learn online. But is that reduction tied like strictly to enrollment needs, or is it just being generally cut to help with the budget? Because if it's the second, I feel like this one is where we can spend a little more out of our reserves just so that people can actually succeed in learning this next year. So I was wondering how that number was determined, the reduction for tutorial.
So basically, even though we have been cutting budgets for the last couple of years, we never touched tutorial. So their budget as it stood was based on, or at least was consistent with the student population we had 2 or 3 years back. And since then, we have never cut their budget, but our student population has declined significantly. So that's why we took the baby step of cutting a little bit of their budget this year.
Okay, so it's like being done because we need to reduce budgets. Like I feel like maybe like we just talked about how our students have a need to learn in a different environment. So
yeah,
I'm thinking there might be a bigger need for this, and maybe we're not funding this enough right now, especially with the cut.
Yeah, I mean, if we felt that we needed more money for tutorial, we'd have definitely said, well, we will not do anything with tutorial. But I think at this point in time, we feel that we can manage with that $75,000 cut.
Okay. Well, I think I might disagree with that one, but my last point or question is, if the state makes a decision in the future to reimburse colleges for revenue loss during this fiscal year specifically, would that be something we'd just be able to easily add into our budget adjustment, 2 years down the line and help replenish our reserves? Has that ever been done? I think I might have heard about something like that happening 10 years ago, but could you clarify on that?
I think my goal, as I had mentioned even at the March meeting, is that to take the institution to a balanced budget situation at least by 22-23, and start putting some money back into reserves. So therefore, we'll be building on our budgets and determining our institutional fundamental structure of the institution to take us there. What I don't want to do is, is to react on the basis of a change that may be temporary. So the moment we realize that certain changes are permanent, then we'll have to make permanent changes to the institution. That is absolutely understood. And and we'll have conversations when the time comes if we have to do that. And it will be a collaborative discussion with the board and the constituent groups and everything else, because clearly SBCC is here with a 100-year history. We don't want to undo wherever it is for temporary changes in the funding picture. And right now there is uncertainty about what is temporary and what is permanent. And once we realize that there is a permanent change, I have the will to make the change. It'll be unfortunate that I will know that we may have to go there. It'll be unfortunate for all of us to be able to really scale down the institution. But at some point in time, you're going to run out of money. So therefore, what we're presenting here is basically a scenario that, even though we have a $20 million reserve, we will eat through that reserves pretty quickly if we don't do anything, because these budgets are basically making the temporary adjustments or adjustments in the personal side that we can, temporary, based on the temporary reduction in state funding. But if those things become permanent, then of course it's understood that we'll have to cut revenues, expenditures by $6 million or $5 million. And that'll be traumatic for the institution. And I want everybody to realize that next year will be critical in terms of whether the funding comes back and whether the out of district students, non-resident students come back. Because otherwise it's very clear we have anywhere between $4 to $7 million long-term deficit, and we cannot really sustain that. But I don't want to make any rash decisions based on something that may or may not happen next year. But I want you to be aware, in full transparency, I'm just letting you know that this is the picture we're looking at between now and 22-23.
Veronica?
Yes. At our last meeting, we updated our reserves policy, and we were saving money for the bank till use in the reserves, and then we were also saving the money in a separate fund. So the recommendation was made to just remove that from the board policy because we already had it. So then that money, that $1 million in bank till use, get added back to the general fund? Because it was my understanding that we had $1 million in the reserves for the bank till use, but we also had $1 million in another line item. And Lindsay, maybe you want to. So I was wondering, did that money then go back into the general fund because we took it out of the reserve automatically after we passed the policy?
So if you take a look at this, oh, you can't see it, it's not still up. But if you look at our estimated ending fund balance, oh, I wish 1920 was up here. Maybe James could tell me what the 1920 ending fund balance number is off the top of his head. But our balance in our reserve doesn't change. Whatever our balance is, like if you have $100 in your savings account, you still have $100 in your savings account. It just means that the minimum reserve the board is set is now 20% of our total amount instead of 21.2%.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Yeah.
Our savings account balance didn't change.
Yeah.
What we had in our account balance is still what's there.
Got it. So our percentage we just padded our percentage higher. Okay.
Yeah. So now you see these scenarios and all the budget information James is showing today. The board policy designated reserve amount is now based on the flat 20% instead. That's the only
Okay. So easy math straight across. Okay. That's good.
You got it.
And so then we are at the conversation now, I guess, Dr. Goswami, with, so I'm concerned, or I guess, let me just question, will we having sufficient cash flow to meet payroll? It seems like we are literally right there. And so when we talk about preventing the state takeover and state intervention is when districts have cash flow issues and we can't meet payroll. And it doesn't take a lot to do the math when you look at revenues, 89 million, and then salaries and benefits, 87 million. That's not even at the 85% mark where we were wanting to be. And then it just kept getting higher and higher. It went from 85 to 86 to 87 to 89. So when are, I guess, Dr. Goswami, the board, when are we going to have the conversation where we need to cut salaries and benefits? And we need to do that, start having that conversation now. There's nowhere else to go from here.
So I'll let James go into the details about, I will present our cash flow analysis at the June 11th meeting. But suffice to say that we have sufficient cash. Our cash flow is sufficient to maintain payroll and everything else.
So we won't have an interruption to the institution.
No.
Okay.
Even with deferrals, because we are looking at deferrals next year, and even with deferrals, we will have sufficient cash flow to be able to meet payroll and obligations. And we will bring forward analysis or presentation of our cash flow document for the June 11th meeting.
The reason why at this point is because we have over $20 million in our reserves right now. So that's cash that we have available. But as we go into these future years, when you look at these scenarios going out beyond next year, if we did have a very large deficit that ate up the reserves into the future years, we would need to be talking about cash flow and potential borrowing to pay our bills.
Yeah. And I guess I want to protect as much as that reserve, knowing that we have significant facility things that we have to address. Plus we have a whole department. Our athletic department is a teaching and learning department, and that department has some very big ticket items that we have been planning for the last couple of years. So I look at the reserves, but so I'm concerned because I know that we have an athletic department that we have committed to fund as any other department on campus, and I know we'll talk about that later. So it's good that we have that on record, that we don't have cash flow issues as of yet, and we will continue to make payroll, but we also have significant facility things that keep coming up that cost a lot of money.
So if I may, one of the things I will point out in terms of the budget that I need some guidance from the board so that we can prepare more accurate budgets for the future, for next go around, is precisely the question that you raised in terms of that we need to cut some salaries and benefits and whatever. So let me just suggest for discussion that when you look at the 2021 numbers, I'm suggesting that perhaps we utilize $8 million from reserves, and then we find additional savings from salary and benefits of $2.5 million next year. If that's the direction I'm given by the board, then I can initiate conversations with the constituent groups to figure out how to make it happen.
I mean, I think that we're there. This has been 2-3 years conversations. I mean, this conversation started, I don't know what, Marcia, you guys remind me, that we at downtown at the Cabrillo, or the retreat we had at the time with Paul Jarrell and Big Mac. We also had this conversation in fiscal, even more years prior to that. And Craig, you'll remember, with Marianne and Kim Monda, I think, was at that meeting. And at that time, we were specifically concerned about salaries and benefits, but it was more looking at the PERS and STIRS and how that was going to affect us. Now at the time, different things were thrown out, like we'll just do across the board salary reduction if we had to. At our retreat, I specifically, remember us talking about salaries and benefits and just the fact that, anything that ever came to the board, whenever there was one-time money, we had that the 2007 period that we went through. And so when money came in, years later, and Dr. Gaskin, let's give the faculty a one-time bonus. So really the board, I feel like we approved one-time money. We approved raises. I feel like we've been very good every time something was brought to us. I think Cornelia was at that meeting and Priscilla on Carrillo. And I think we're at the point now, there's nowhere else to go but salaries and benefits. And so we have to cut. So I am in favor of looking at 2.5 million or whatever you're suggesting in whatever creative way we have to do that, but there's no other where to go. And we have a PE building renovation, we have a La Playa Stadium and all these other needs. So I'm in favor of that conversation because we have nowhere else to go. We have to do it.
Trustee Miller,
Yes.
at some point in time, you may ask the constituent leaders also for their comments and concerns from the constituents.
Did you want to do that now or after we cover the 2021 budget? Is this one you had in mind for hearing from them?
I think at any point in time, I see two raised hands from trustees. So, maybe we can take trustee questions first and then.
We've got raised hands from Marcia, Kate, and Craig. So I think Marcia, you had your hand up first.
Okay, a couple things. The question that Veronica asked about the reserve, as I understand it, there weren't two sets of savings for the TLUs. We had in the reserves a calculation that required that to be part of the minimum reserve, but there was no other pot of money that covered it when we took that out of the reserve calculation. We just dropped our reserve minimum board reserve by that amount. So now our minimum board reserve is a lower amount. That's all. The money didn't materialize in any particular way that it wasn't already there or not there. So I would be concerned about having a conversation now about the next steps regarding salary and benefits, because although I agree with Veronica that we've had these kinds of conversations over several years and concerns, I don't have in front of me the trade-offs. I mean, when you reference the sports pavilion and the money there, as I look at our numbers, we are $18 million short of that amount of money that we need right now. Now, if we manage to bring the costs down, et cetera, that number gets smaller, but I don't see where it gets small enough. And so I also don't want to be in a position of trading off a facility for cuts to faculty and staff salaries for everybody. It may be something we need to do simply to balance the budget. I recognize that, but to trade off makes me far more uncomfortable. So I don't feel like I have the necessary information to have that discussion. It also seems to me like we've moved into discussing the other columns that James didn't go through, the projection scenarios. And I just wanted to comment about a couple of things. One is that under the so-called minor revenue recovery categories, our reserves fall below the minimum 5% when the chancellor's office starts deciding whether or not we need FCMAT to come in and help us. And I think that is extremely a problem. And I take from Dr. Goswami's comments the idea that really this is not these scenarios are not proposed to us for any kind of expectation. When you say by 2023, you want to be able to balance the budget, that's not happening here. And so in that sense, these are not meant to be realistic scenarios. The other thing that jumped out to me was that what was called minor revenue recovery is actually in 21-22, another $4 million, 4.5% increase, when the Congressional Budget Office says we'll have 10% unemployment and only a 2.8% increase in GDP for that 2019-21 time period. So, and the moderate revenue is in 21-22, it's 8.6 million, 9.6% increase. I can't possibly see that we're going to get that much money back. I think we have had far more lasting damage to our economy. I don't have the crystal ball. None of us has the crystal ball, but California has been particularly hard hit in unemployment. So these numbers in terms of increased revenue do not seem to me to be realistic. And I just want to say that jumped out at me rather quickly. So I'm thinking we are going to be looking at scenarios that are far tighter than the daunting things we're looking at here. And I just don't see us having the spare money that we would love to have to spend as we look ahead at these budget years.
Kate, do you have comment, question?
Yes. That was cheery, Marcia.
No, it wasn't.
I know it's realistic, and I appreciate that. But following up on that, and also on what Dr. Goswami said earlier, Dr. Goswami, I think that moving forward, it would be helpful to know, and I don't know if it's this meeting, obviously we're going to be talking a lot about the budget in the upcoming meetings as well, but it'd be helpful to know how you came to your numbers in terms of the balance that would come from the reserve to Titus, so that there wasn't a huge hit in human resources this coming year. It would just be helpful to know, to kind of have a narrative around why those numbers.
So I can quickly provide an answer to that. In my mind, what we experienced was a absolutely unpredictable decline in state support of $8.35 million for next year, which is $6.5 million in the actual apportionment, plus the $1.85 million from the COLA. So that's about $8.35 million. So we have experienced an unanticipated, truly on an emergency basis, $8.35 million decline in state support. And from my perspective, that is likely to be temporary. So that's why I'm suggesting that now maybe we cover $8 million from the reserves. And then next year, in the presentation here, as I said, this presentation assumes that we have done nothing. And obviously, to point out that if we do nothing, this is where we end up. So this is to show you the roadmap of the scale of things we might have to do next year to get to a balanced budget. So if the worst case scenario, no, if the moderate, so 21-22, we are looking at anywhere between $4 and $7 million or $8 million in deficit. That's not sustainable. So that number is without doing anything addition beyond to what we have done so far. So if it really turns out that those changes in the state revenues and the international students are permanent, then we are looking at making somewhere between $4 and $8 million worth of permanent adjustments to our budget. So I want you to be, understand, I want to have you to have a picture of the level of adjustments we'll have to make to the budget next year, if it comes to that.
Craig, do you have a question?
Yeah, yes, I do. If we follow what Dr. Goswami, the path the way looking at it, and he just explained his position, how his thinking for the second time in this meeting. If we don't make further progress this year, if we put that whole $8 million up without adjusting the budget down for this coming year, the following year, the changes, and the situation remains the same. The adjustment's going to be really shocking. My advice is to do further reductions, do more budget balancing this year, and not just by the 2 million that he's suggesting. I think we need to be, we need to be 3 or 4 million on top of that. That's my perspective. That's how I see it, because what I'm afraid of is in a few years, anything else happens, we have no pad, we have no protection, and we might not even make it through 21, 22, and the state could come in and say, you don't have enough reserves, what are you doing, and take over our finances. I think we need to make responsible fiscal, take responsible fiscal action sooner. Dr. Goswami has quite a bit of experience in this, and I'm just not fully confident. I think the risk is too high. I don't want to see us, there's no place to cut except in the personnel area, and I don't want to see us do that. But I don't also think that we can afford some expenditures like pursuing a gym replacement building at the risk of the jobs, which I think Marcia brought up. We should keep money aside for the construction, for new construction, and let people go. I don't know. Everything's complicated, but sooner or later, stuff hits the fan. You can't keep deficit spending. We've been doing it for a long time, and now we're looking at a scenario where it's going to get really serious, and there's going to be no negotiating. It's just going to be there's no money. So I don't want to be one of those trustees that didn't speak out and let this happen on my watch. I think that we need to be even more aggressive than Dr. Goswami has stated. That's my position. I've been a little bit more aggressive than this about these issues for the past few years. I spoke out loudly last year. I talked to Helen Benjamin. I had talked to Anthony. And some of my fellow trustees, and you heard what I said publicly, we're just too close, and the worst possible scenario that I was dreading actually happened. And now we're still saying, oh, we're not going to adjust all the way yet, we're going to wait. Well, pretty soon another bad thing happens, and then there's no cushion, and then everything gets shut down. I think we're running a high risk. So I don't mind trying to ease the slope with reserves that we have at all. And I feel very deeply for the students that need more help. And I heard what Jonathan said, and that struck home. Both my children are teachers. And reducing the tutoring budget, but it's got to go all the way across. It's going to hurt everywhere. Either that, or we only hurt one area, or we don't spend some money on some project all we're doing is buying a little time. We're not fixing the problem. If you say we're not going to pursue the gym, or we're not going to replace the field turf or whatever because there's no money and it's either that or jobs, you're not fixing the problem. You're just delaying what you have to do. We need to get this budget securely and definitely on the road to being balanced. And I don't see the effort coming to anywhere near the degree that I think it needs to be. Maybe next year when there's nowhere else to cover it and something goes wrong, maybe everybody will go, okay, we'll deal with the cuts and we'll just accept them and nobody will complain. But I hope that this doesn't happen, and I hope I'm wrong. Okay, you let me have my say, and if I go any further, I could be accused of speechifying or something like that, doing things we're not supposed to do. But this is really serious, guys. Just because it's money sitting there and we have it, that money's supposed to tide us over rough periods. And when we budget for using it up instead of just using it when we really need it, that's the wrong way to approach using your reserves. You have to keep that budget pretty well balanced or adhere to a plan. We had plans, they have all failed and we haven't done it. Now we have to react. And trying to put it off a little bit longer is very risky. I'm only one trustee, so the whole board probably doesn't think my way, but this is serious. And if we didn't have this history of keep extending the deficit spending and extending the deficit spending, I'd go, okay, now's the time to use it. And we have no choice but to use some right now. But we've also got to fix this budget. This is not enough. I'm done. Thank you.
I know there's other hands up, and I just see yet another one going up from Peter, but I'm wondering if it would be a good time for us to hear from the constituent leaders. We can come back to this later. There will certainly be conversation generated by what we hear from our on-campus leaders. So I'd like to move to that now. And I don't know, Dr. Goswami, whether you have a particular order you want to go in, or we could just
your choice.
Start with first name on the list, Rayanne, our academic Senate president.
I appreciate going first on the list, but there was a number of things that were just discussed that were salary concerned. And I think a good place to continue that momentum is deferring not my time, but just my space, my ordering to Cornelia. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Is that acceptable? Thanks.
If that's okay with Cornelia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a little bit unsure how to proceed now. We have been given the opportunity to bring in questions and comments from the constituency groups. It appears to me on the other side that your discussion now has come to a turn really about you're weighing salaries, benefits, positions against other items. Well, I think I decide in favor of just like working with the line items I have prepared from the constituency groups, but I believe the discussion you just have, if we can't continue that discussion tonight, we should continue it at another time. Okay, but let me start with the first question, and maybe that already helps a little bit. So the first question, I have 5 questions and comments, not too long. In order to limit additional ongoing financial commitments with the Board of Trustees support a policy of internal recruitment for vacant positions for the upcoming 12 months if practical, effective immediately, right now, today. Ed Code 53021, I looked that up for you, does allow for the flexibility to fill vacant positions with internal hires. The second question was from a faculty member who was asking if we are considering another SERP sometime in the future. The third question is, what is the minimum amount of reserves we need to maintain in order to avoid having issues with accreditation or the Chancellor's office? And how is this amount determined? Does it include our equipment and construction fund, as this is another 10, 11, or $12 million in addition to the general fund, which we are seeing on the handout here? Question 4, how can we assure in the budgeting process that the need to be conservative does not negatively impact our strive for equity? Our budget values document, which was attached to today's agenda, does direct us to do so. For example, if we in fact have to reduce tutor hours by $75,000, shouldn't we find a way to backfill this from a different funding source so that we do not deprive, especially our underrepresented students, of this additional support? And the last question was actually a comment from a concerned faculty member, and you might have already addressed that at the beginning of the meeting, but I want to mention it here anyway, that there's the concern how faculty, staff, and students with underlying health issues to be protected if and when SBCC decides to revert to face-to-face instruction.
Anybody have any comment or questions for Cornelia in response to the number of items that she presented to us?
Yes, I was just gonna say quickly that I think your first point of the internal hires makes a lot of sense, and I'd support that. Along with
On that too.
you asked for a response.
I have a response to that too, Jonathan. I think we should hire internally as much as we possibly can, but I think that's getting into Dr. Goswami's area, and I'm also concerned, and the conflict is maintaining us as a #1 college and offering the very best. So there's other factors there, and then there's the unrelated factor to that that says if we fill the position or we don't fill the position. If we fill the position from inside or outside, we're still filling the position, and that doesn't help the budget. So, or I don't see, although I believe that hiring from within is a really great thing to do. That's my response. I'd love to see hiring from within as long as we can afford it.
Dr. Goswami, can you address the question about the minimum reserves and how that works?
So the minimum reserves, according to the state requirement, is 5%. Yeah. That is the absolute minimum. You will start getting into kind of dangerous territory once you go below 10%. So in my scheme of thinking, FCMAT generally comes into play. Actually, FCMAT comes into play when you're starting with 5% or below, unless the institution voluntarily requests FCMAT to come in and help. So I'm committed to developing budgets and projections and institutional expenditure patterns, that we never go below 10%.
And that's a guideline you followed with the scenarios for the out years.
So in the out years, what I'm pointing out is that is without doing anything. It takes us below the 5%.
Yeah.
So I want to clarify that is not my plan.
Okay.
That is not my plan. What I'm pointing out is if we don't do anything, that's where we're going to end up. So therefore, we must do something between now and then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any, Marcia, did you have a comment or question? You're muted.
I had comments before we went to comments from our constituents, but let me go to Cornelia's and we'll come back to the others. On the policy of internal recruitment, I'm assuming she's also looking at, as Craig mentioned, the idea that you would try to recruit internally and not add, because I am in favor of both internal recruitment, but also a pretty tough hiring freeze, basically. We've been talking about hiring freezes for a long time, and I've certainly been pressing that issue for a couple of years at least. So I look at that as a combination response, so I would say yes on that, in my view. The equity tutors issue, I agree with Jonathan. That's not a lot of money, and I think we should be very much looking at where our money goes. My priorities are classes, not other, and tutors to me are part of classes, and so I would give a high priority to maintaining the best tutoring support that we can, and if we're doing better than we used to do with more students, maybe that's a really good thing.
Any other comments? Kate?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on her question on if we have a designated reserve for construction, but technically, and I don't know if this is one that Lindsay wants to jump in on, technically, is that general fund money, does that count towards a 5% reserve?
Yeah, I'm also going to lean on James too, in case he knows better than I do. But yeah, that the construction fund money is money we transferred over from the general fund. It's all our reserve balance.
I think the question is, how does the Chancellor's office calculate it?
Same. That's what I meant.
Well, if there's at all a question about that, could we ask that it be verified?
No, Lindsay, let's be accurate. Our reserves are $20 million according to the Chancellor's office, not $31 million. They did not add the construction reserves into our $20 million reserves. Just clarify that.
Let me look at something in just a minute.
Can I maybe follow up?
Yes.
So it is my understanding that the same way we transferred a couple of years ago, $10 million from general into construction, the board could also decide to transfer money from construction back into general fund.
That's right.
If I'm not mistaken, you do have this authority.
Yes, but the calculation of reserves right now is what we declare as our reserves in general fund.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with Dr. Goswami. I was looking at the budget accounting manual about that issue, and I think that's correct. But it also points out something I was going to mention in response to Craig's comments about our choices here. And what I said earlier about choices, we have the choice of transferring what I understood most recently to be about $7.8 million from the construction fund that was set aside originally for Campus Center toward this year's deficit, basically, which is roughly the $8 million Dr. Goswami just mentioned. So when we look at what are our choices here, I think we need a bigger picture. We need to understand the cash flow. We need to understand those kinds of choices that we're making.
Marcia, it was my understanding that we spent a lot of that $10.8 million when we did the seismic retrofit, and we did a lot of work in Campus Center, and that money came from the 10.8 million. And I know Lindsay's busy looking at her screen, but we used a lot of that money.
That's correct. We
did use a lot of it, but I think that 7.8 was the last number she gave me is what was left. And that's where I was calculating that we had 7.8 toward the sports pavilion, and we needed another 18 million for our share.
Yeah. Maybe we can get that number verified. I felt like we had less money in there because we did the classrooms where the channels, the leaking above the deck. And then we also did the food prep area, the kitchen where the students learn. So I think it'll be good to get that number, but it was my understanding that 10.8 million significantly declined.
Yeah. I think 7.8, but Lindsay would know, or James.
Mm-hmm. And then, as far as I fully support what you guys are saying in terms of the impact to teaching and learning and the student services with regard to tutoring or the direct service to the classroom and the success for the student. However, I do want us to look at, I teach, so my kids attend a school district here. My whole household is part of Santa Barbara Unified. The reality is that with remote learning, you guys, folks aren't able to work at the same capacity, efficiency. So unless we rework these jobs or do something, but I can say personally, all of our colleagues are not working at the same way because some just couldn't. The job, we had huge amounts of personnel in my school site alone that just could not see students because it just was not feasible. So then the commitment was made to pay their salaries through, this time because of the interruption and whatnot. But if we're going to look at tutoring, it has to be effective for the students. If we're going to be paying for something, it's because we reworked it to work in this modality of distance learning, not because we're just saying, oh, well, we have a tutoring service. Well, what does that look like in a distance learning model? And so I think those are conversations we have to have so that the service is meaningful and it's making an impact on the student outcome, not just, oh, we have a tutoring department, because that tutoring department is looking different now with distance learning. And then I just wanted to clarify with you, my comment about our athletic department wasn't to supplant, savings from one and put it on the other. We've been hearing for years, our facilities across campus, it's just like a bucket with a hole. We can say we're gonna not cut here, not cut there. Well, every time something happens in facilities, regardless, we're just spending more and more and more money. Things are always breaking on our campus. And I do see it as an equity issue when the athletic department tells me that their offices smell like sewer. And we had that presentation and the overflow and the backflow and I know a lot of it is the piping with the city that goes out and homeowners and business owners, we all have to fix that. But we can, my comment about that is we can do nothing with the P building. We're still going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars with the leaks and the repairs and the water intrusion, all of that. I mean, our facilities are old. And I think maybe Dr. Goswami, we can get an updated number of even the last 3 years of how much money we're spending on repairs. It's not sustainable. It's an old campus and it's going to give out eventually.
So we have 4 other people to hear from. Is there anybody else that has a comment or question concerning what Cornelia presented to us? If not, I'd like to move on to, I don't know, Rayanne, if you want to come in now or you want to wait till.
Sure. I just really, I realize that my questions are less budget based, so I really appreciate the opportunity to letting Cornelia go before me so that some of those budget questions could be asked. So with that, I'll just mention that that's exactly right. My questions from the faculty that gave them to me is less budget-based. And many of them are equity-based and equity-based in light of the budget. And so I just want to read them to you so that you get the language from the faculty that gave them, and so that you can hear how there's the same theme coming up again and again for different faculty members. So the first one I'll start with is, what specific plans does the board have in place to address the continued issues of safety and well-being of our Black students, staff, and faculty? We are at a crisis point in our country regarding this, and SBCC's own institutional and individual racism has already been exposed. What is the plan going forward to support the safety, well-being, and development of our Black community? Another person asked, what are the specific extra actions you plan to take in addition to what already exists and has been done to acknowledge and demonstrate that Black Lives Matter at SBCC? Please share your concrete plan of action. If you do not have one, what specific steps will you take starting today to create an action plan under the leadership of Black faculty, staff, and students? Another faculty member asked, what will each of the board members do individually and as a group to lead our institution towards real and meaningful change that will make SBCC a more equitable, focused institution so that all students succeed, especially African-American students and our people of color and marginalized students? How will the board set the tone and exemplify for all SBCC employees how we need to deconstruct all of our college policies and systems to root out racism and bias in different forms? And then related to this, another person asked, how do you plan on following up with the climate survey, especially in light of current budget cuts? And then I'll offer just one more. What can be done to ensure that our non-credit students continue to have access to classes and skill development programs that are even more essential in this current economic environment?
Okay, well, you're right, Rayanne. Most of those are not budget items, and tonight is really to talk about the budget. And as we suggested at our meeting next week, we will have an agenda item that will encompass, I think, most of what you presented to us. So,
and if you'd like to defer to then that is fine. I guess what I'm trying to bring to you all is that the majority of the questions I received from faculty are concerned about that. And as you can see, that there are many faculty members that are asking very similar things. And so this is where the heart and minds are for faculty at this time. And so this is where they were focusing their questions.
okay, well, thank you for sharing that with us. Does anybody have any questions or comments concerning what Rayanne has presented?
I just want to be cautious, if I may, Trustee Miller, President Miller, because of course with the Brown Act, we really can't talk about those issues in English right now. But I do think that when it comes back, and we are talking about it in depth next week, that we also continue that we don't stop talking about the budget with it. I think that the questions that came up that tie, like where, are we putting our money where our priorities are? We need to be. And how is that addressed? I hope that as you're planning for that item next week, that you make it so that the item is inclusive enough that it can talk about budget too.
That's exactly right. And if I could just add one more thing, there were some claims made about tutoring that I am a little bit uncomfortable with. There is no data right now how our tutoring services are playing out in the online environment. Not to mention that tutoring is just one of our equity services that we provide to our students. So exactly like Kate is saying, yes, these are all focused around clearly race and our current and our recent history at SBCC and our campus climate. But exactly as Kate's saying, I think that we do need to think about this in terms of the budget. sometimes when there's budget constraints, the first thing that goes, equity discussions. And many of the faculty are very worried about that. And so whether it's tutoring or another support service, we have to figure out how to make sure that our most vulnerable students are served.
Rayanne, thank you for those comments. I think that because we are California Community College trustees, and community colleges historically are the pipeline for underrepresented students, I think that equity is at the heart of everything we do. And so I think that these budget conversations are so that we can preserve all available cash flow for the critical operational functions. And that includes everything we do for student services and inside the classroom and outside the classroom, and furthermore, to support the innovation that has been the history for Santa Barbara City College. I think one thing that Dr. Gaskin really did a good job in her tenure as VCC was hitting home why we need seed money, or why we always need these like pots of money that we can kind of play with and that she can offer to faculty for innovation. I think that at least in my 8 years on the board, we've always been supportive of that. And I think that because of the sheer mission of our California Community College, that is where I think our heart comes from, to make sure we get a budget that it makes sense, because we are the pipeline for these kids. And working in K-12 for the last decade and being a public school teacher myself, where I see the inequities every single day, and I taught remotely my students and figured it out with the support of the philanthropic community and whatnot. You know, teachers, you figure it out, right? You're not, regardless of what the board or the president does, you're a teacher, you're gonna take care of your kids and you're gonna figure it out. And I think that that is, I think that the fellow board members are committed to that. It's the community college. The kids that I heard in my house from the high schools are starting SBCC this summer and this fall. And so some of the challenges that I heard them having at Santa Barbara High, those challenges aren't gonna just magically go away in the fall. They're still gonna live in the same conditions with their families. And so the more we can get this right to figure out how we can deliver these services for our students, I think that that's where we can get this budget right, because that's the last thing we're gonna do. The social and economic mobility of our families. And now my students are actually, now some of them are at CC. For me, it's a K preschool 14 vision. So I think that you have our commitment that California Community College budgets should be surrounded around student success. So thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that. And I want to say that I completely agree. And if you look at the climate survey from the last 2 years, while that may be the intention, it's not necessarily the feeling. And so if we're listening to folks, we're not getting that at the ground level on the campus. And so if there's a way to make sure that that is loud and clear from here forward, I think that that would go a long way. So I really appreciate everything you just said.
Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Goswami, I think when you get in touch with Dr. Susan Salcido, and just really, I think we'll really be able to tighten up this pre-K 14 pipeline of our kids. So.
Sure. Okay, I still have a lot of hands up. I don't know if they were meant to still be there, but I see Marcia raising her physical hand. So I'll call on Marcia. And then Peter.
I believe that this is within our notice to talk about the budget implications, as Veronica was just doing. And what I was going to point out is that you reminded me, Ray, that we need to see what is being lost from our budget in the restricted side, the categorical side of the shop at our next meeting as well. I would ask that that be included in the notice for the meeting, because it's my understanding that there are significant cuts from categorical. They may have personnel impacts if that occurs. And historically, when we were dealing with the recession in 2010, 11 was when it started to really look like something was happening here to the budget. We deliberately backfilled what the state had cut in terms of equity programs. And that was a deliberately budgeted part of the budget we approved. So we're looking potentially again at that sort of situation.
Okay, Peter, did you have a comment before we move
Just
on?
a request for clarification to actually both Rayanne and Cornelia. I mean, I was taking notes about each of the points that you were making, and I may have missed something. So I would really appreciate just a printed version, maybe by email or in some other way, so that we have in front of us the specific questions that you're raising. Because I think it's really important that you've gone to the trouble of asking for faculty input. Now we have the faculty input. Let's not lose any part of it. I may come to disagree with it. That's not the point. The point is, I want to know what I'm disagreeing with. So if that could happen, that would be great.
And if all of our leaders who are on the call tonight, if they could submit their written list to Angie and Dr. Goswami so that they can then disseminate it to us in a single form, that would be helpful.
If I could just speak to that, Jonathan did ask that I forward the questions. Can I ask a clarifying question to that? I curated the questions that I asked for you all. Would you like all of the questions I received from faculty, or would you like the ones that I just brought to the board tonight?
I think your curated form would be best.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Miller, does Angie then have to put that on the attachment for the minutes and the agenda? I think Marcia's shaking her head. Yeah, so then maybe she sends them to Angie because they're gonna have to become part of the board packet.
Yes, yep, I agree.
I would like the larger list rather than the shorter list. I want to hear what the faculty are saying.
I tried to stick to my lane. Some of the faculty were asking me compensation questions, and I wanted to stick to my lane and allow Cornelia to ask those questions.
Oh, okay. But
I think you just heard a call for your more detailed list, so I would suggest you do that.
Got it. Thanks.
Can we move on? Is Jason Walker with ALA with us?
Yes, I am. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent President, Dr. Goswami. Much like you're hearing, there's themes that come back. I have 5 questions for you. Themes that come back to diversity, equity, some budget, not all budget, but the passion or where thoughts are at on this campus at this point for managers. So the first I'll start out with and really turn a question into a comment. It also speaking in support, managers realize that hiring freeze is imminent and necessary. Also want to emphasize the support for policies for internal recruitment for vacant positions, hiring internally or looking to hire internally for positions that are vacated, and just speaking to the flexibility to fill vacant positions with internal recruitment. According to Ed Code 53021, could allow better utilization of our existing staff and much needed under resource departments. Earlier in the meeting, I believe Trustee Miller, you read a statement from a former trustee this relates to, and I'll read the question out of respect for the person who submitted it as is. Did the Board of Trustees decide that the Associated Student Government, ASG, violated Turning Point USA SBCC's charter First Amendment rights to deny their charter? If so, on what basis did you come to the conclusion that the Associated Student Government violated Turning Point USA SBCC's charter's First Amendment rights? And another question, speaking to diversity, acknowledging that positions themselves, replacement, are operational. Question speaks more to the stance of the board. So I'll read it. More than ever, student support programs like EOPS, Emoja, and Equity are needed. The college still has not hired a director of equity. It is a glaring void at the time when it is needed the most. Will the board prioritize equity programs and staffing when decisions are made about how to best allocate limited resources? The next question. Today on a webinar this morning, the Chancellor's Office implored the individual CCs across California to take action to address structural racism and ensure that our communities and students have access to an equal educational opportunity. In this webinar, they provided 6 bullet points. How does the Board of Trustees intend to respond to the Chancellor's call to action? And lastly, the governor's May revise was a proposal for the state budget. Adoption of the state budget rests with the California State Legislature. The California State Senate has issued its proposed budget, which rejects the direct cuts to community colleges. Their proposal will be going to the State Assembly next week for discussion, with a deadline for adopting on June 15th. As things continue to be in limbo, will the board hold on any reductions to staff or programmatic cuts until there is more clarity on the state budget? Those are the questions that have come forward from the managers. I too will also be happy to send those to Angie.
Thank you, Jason. Does anybody have any questions or comments
Yeah,
concerning budget related matters?
I can answer the last question regarding the June 15th deadline for the state to adopt a budget. I kind of prefaced my comments that we are still in a much unknown territory. So by the time June 15th comes, our story might be different, depending on what passes in the state legislature. So obviously, we will not be making any final decisions until we know what the budget is going to be.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami.
Yeah, I would just add that we have a statutory requirement to adopt a tentative budget. But that's what it is. It's the tentative budget. And if we have to adopt it without full information, then we still have to do it. And we look to the final.
Kate?
And I just want to chime in again on the budget piece, and I look forward to talking more about the other questions next week. And that is that I will be, I think we individually will be as trustees, but I would really urge members of the SBCC community to be contacting our state assembly person, Monique Limon, and Hannah Beth Jackson, our state senator right now, to be sure that our voices are heard about what needs to happen in the budget right now, in the state budget.
I agree. I think that's critically important.
So Trustee Miller, can I request a 5-minute break?
Yes, you can.
5-minute break for everybody?
It's granted. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Thank you.
To limit additional ongoing funds.
Yep. So is everybody on?
I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, did we finish up with Jason? Did anybody have any other questions or comments for Jason Walker?
Trustee Miller, Robert. I think there was a comment about, there was questions about positions, and I think that if that goes to my previous comment of, for now, I think we need to put a freeze on things and just wait and see how things pan out, to play it safe so that we can succeed in the goals that we have down the road. But for now, the way I see it is really putting a freeze on stuff and then seeing how we can get all this under control.
Okay. Can we next hear from Liz Auchincloss from Classified Staff?
Yes, I'm here. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I have a few questions from staff. As you'll see as I read them, they're concerned about their jobs. I'm going to read them pretty much as is. So I'll be, doing what I told them I would do. The first one, though, can probably be answered later in your meeting. The assumptions that are made on the expenses, one of them is question 5, and it talks about undesignated or undetermined $450 in salary reductions. And hopefully that'll be answered later on today. And the next one, if we are to take salary cuts, is the board willing to look at scaled cuts? If we look at an example, if we look at a 7% reduction, somebody who's making $150,000 or more would get a 10,000 plus loss, still making 140K per year. But an individual making 45,000 would get cut over $3,000. For the second individual, that could mean not paying rent or buying food. If we are to look at cuts, can we please, capital letters, look at the human repercussions of those cuts? The next one is, before you consider layoffs and pay cuts, could you please offer employees up to 4 years voluntary furlough that can be retracted if funding revenue becomes more than our expenditures in the next 4 years? The second question from this person is, knowing that management makes the decisions on budget costs, being open for business, what revenue we declare for the year, or how effective staffs can be on serving our colleges, how will the Board of Trustees help protect the staff members that are working hard on behalf of the students and college that could be impacted by business decisions made by management. I edited a couple words out of that. You'll see them when I send you the full thing. The next one is, what is the order they are debating, furloughs, layoffs, or pay cuts? If implementing any of these, when will they announce them? We receive, excuse me. Sorry about that. We receive a 60-day notice for layoffs. What about a pay cut? Another one is, would the district be willing to negotiate voluntary reductions in work, schedule, hours, or pay? Okay, I've got another one back here. Okay, this one has to do with let me get it. If we have a certain percent pay cut from our budget during these times, does that mean we will get a percent back plus any COLAs due when we regain financial stability? I'm finding my other one. I'm trying to. Okay, this one is having to do pretty much, I'll just kind of summarize, when we come back to work, is there going to be some consideration for staff that have medical issues or are older? How are they going to be treated when we come back to work? And another question just is, will there be layoffs? Can we be certain that our jobs are safe and that we will not be laid off? And I think that's about it. One of the questions you answered about the budget and when we all make decisions after the June 15th date. So I think that's pretty much it. Oh, there's one more. If employees are furloughed, will their salary or a fraction of salary be paid through CA unemployment, or is there a special furlough account? Will benefits continue to be paid if furloughed? And I think that's it.
So Liz, could you repeat your first one? I didn't quite hear what that one.
Yeah, the first one was on the budget assumptions that are part of your agenda. On number 5, it says unidentified reductions in salaries of $450,000, and the employee wanted to know what that was.
Dr. Goswami, can you address that? You're muted.
We will look to reduce salary accounts by $450,000 wherever we can get it.
So no decision's been made.
No.
And I will comment about one of the other items somebody else mentioned. My feeling is if you do internal hiring, then you would not hire from outside. If the person was hired from inside, their job would either not be filled or be filled by somebody else's whose job wouldn't be filled, but you wouldn't be adding any positions. We did that when continuing ed lost a lot of positions. We found positions for all the classified staff on campus from openings that were already there. So I'm a supporter of that completely.
So it seemed to me that a number of the comments and questions that you presented, Liz, are kind of technical in nature. I don't know whether
they are. I just wanted to read them to you. So when I know they're negotiable, but eventually you're going to have to approve whatever is negotiated. So I just wanted you to hear the concerns that staff had.
Dr. Goswami or Lindsay, are there any of those that you want to address or comment on?
I think that they fall into the category of now things that need to be negotiated.
Okay,
So they're all could be potentially considered.
I understand that, but I wanted the board to hear, since the staff inputted the questions, I wanted the board to hear the questions that they had asked.
fair enough. Very good. Kate, you had your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate, I thought those questions were really good, especially the furlough piece, because furlough is being used much more widely during the pandemic than I've ever seen it used in kind of more straightforward businesses. And Dr. Goswami, I mean, you have an extensive history. I haven't seen it used in education much, but certainly it would be an interesting angle to approach. Have you ever seen that used in community colleges?
Yes. I've seen it in furlough, in terms of completely not working, or furlough of 1 day a month, and combinations in between.
Okay, Jonathan.
Yeah, I wanted to second what Kate just said about the furlough. I didn't know, when I heard that, can we do 4-year voluntary furlough instead of something else, or pick and choose what we want? That's really interesting. And I did share the same idea about the sliding scale pay cut with Dr. Goswami when we met, just because of the same point. Someone losing 7% at 50,000 is going to be hurt magnitudes more than someone losing 7% of 200,000. We do have pay inequities on campus, and I think the hurt should be distributed at the top more than at the bottom. And so thank you for that question. It's something I'm interested in as well.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Liz, thank you. I think that those are genuine, really great questions, and I appreciate the spirit in which those came in, and that's the type of thinking and metacognition that I think I would want to continue to encourage, because the more ideas we hear, just the more we think creatively about this, we can solve this. Because like I said earlier, we all have a commitment to our community college mission. And so at the heart of that is access and equity for all of our students, and especially in a dynamic community like this, where our student population is amazing, because we have students and older adults and ESL programs and athletes and drama and music, and adults from all facets of our community participating. This semester, I got to learn more about Atkins through some of my parents at school that are artists and involved with the college. So these are the conversations and the questions that I want to hear, and I want to hear more about, because it's going to take a lot of creativity to preserve the legacy that Santa Barbara City College has had on this community for over 100 years. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I want to thank the staff for submitting the questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Liz. We move on to, I know I'm not going to get this right, so I should have checked it out before. Chico Oaks.
So I think Sally Sanger is going to represent Sachiko. So,
well, that's easier. Sally.
Hi, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just a brief introduction. First, thank you for the opportunity to address you, Dr. Goswami, and the Board of Trustees. Sally Sanger, I've been a faculty member since 1982.
Sally, you're breaking up a little bit. Maybe if you get closer, that would help.
Okay, are you able to hear me better?
It did help when you got closer.
Okay, yeah. I have Cox Communications, and you know what that's like. So, okay, let me just get closer here. Yes, so I've been since 1982 at Santa Barbara City College, in credit, non-credit, and fee-based classes. And I'm here as a representative of the Faculty Association Non-Credit, which we call FAN. So Faculty Association Non-Credit is a recently and fairly kind of loosely organized group of very diverse non-credit faculty. And I only found out today I would be able to speak to you. So my concerns and the 3 questions I have will be just input from only a few of the non-credit faculty that were able to respond quickly. And I want to thank, I think it was Board of Trustees member Kate Parker that you had asked something about how the budget cuts and how non-credit will be affected. So thank you for that question. So we've lost, as a little context, we've lost a lot of students in countless FTES due to the difficult process for registration at non-credit. Is there money in the budget, and is there, I think there'd be sufficient will to streamline the cumbersome registration process that discourages so many students who try to register for non-credit classes? So the registration system in place is, and has been for a long time, a disincentive to a lot of potential students in our community, many of which are people of color and vulnerable seniors. So that's the one question. I only have 3. Question 2 is non-credit faculty are generally disenfranchised from the college community for a variety of reasons. And one reason is the lack of unity within the non-credit faculty group, which is FAN, and due to not having a cohesive organization for representation or support for that. How much funding will be designated to support the non-credit faculty organization so that FAN is able to coalesce as an organization, association, and serve their constituents? Is there a line item in the budget to support FAN so that it can better or provide a better sense of inclusion to those faculty who teach non-credit classes? And the last question, how much of the CARES money is allocated to supporting non-credit faculty for online teaching in the fall coming up, and for compensation to those who had to quickly transition to online teaching in the spring and summer? And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Sally. Dr. Goswami, can you address the last question or last comment?
I think on the June 11th board meeting, we will be bringing to the board the MOUs regarding compensation to faculty for making the shift from now in the middle of the semester. And so pending approval from the board, then there will be some funding dollars going to faculty. And we anticipate majority of the money is going to come from the CARES Act.
Okay, so, and there is, I'm concerned that non-credit might be left out a bit with that, because sometimes we get a little bit overlooked. So you're saying that there will be something for the non-credit faculty?
I do recall having is Melissa here?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you speak to the compensation for non-credit faculty in transition of the classes?
Yes, so what we did was, I think I have a side letter memorandum with Susan Braden, but I'll have to double check that. But what we did was we took the week prior to spring break at Extended Learning, we temporarily stopped all of our classes so that faculty could work during that week, and they were paid during that week as if they had taught during that week. So I'll have to check my records with Susan Braden. And then the other concept we're working on is 3 hours per faculty member of equity training for fall, to ensure that faculty are trained for integrating equity-minded concepts into their online format.
Trustee Hasland, you're muted.
The idea of the registration process hampering significant numbers of students from registering in a timely, simple fashion was raised as a possible explanation for fewer students. If that's the case, what can we do to improve that? Is that commonly understood, or is there something more to be said about it? I guess, Melissa, you might want to take that one.
Dr. Goswami, would you like me to speak to that?
Please, please.
So I think we all remember when I first became vice president, this was our #1 issue. And we reduced the paper application to a single page. I think you remember that. And that was a big feat. So the paper application only has 7 questions. Our issue right now is that we are having trouble processing paper applications because we're all working remotely. And so we've done a number of things with the Director of Admissions and Records. We have a chat feature for admissions and records and for our student support services team. And we're doing the best we can, but we've had to move everything to remote operations. And now we have a PDF processing for that 1 pager so that we can attempt to process those online. A longer range solution is the California Community College Chancellor's Office is putting out a CCC apply for non-credit. And that is on a prioritized list with IT. So we have to kind of get through to when IT can address this and this step and how it's been ranked. But I think we're ranked pretty high to implement the Chancellor's Office non-credit CC apply application, which is super user-friendly. So we were pleasantly surprised when we viewed the webinar on that. And so that is on our list to do this super simple non-credit application. And it's very similar to our paper application, and it's a user-friendly process.
Thank you. Maybe that'll help, Sally.
Yes, that's good news. We left, I hate to say it this way, but we left a lot of money on the table. I had probably 50% more students in my class that wanted to be able to register, and they were very frustrated. And I'm not pointing fingers or blaming, it's the system. So just hoping that we can get this going, because we have, again, some students that whether English isn't their first language or they're seniors or they just don't have access to any kind of a computer, and they want to be able to be in the ESL or the GED or the senior fitness or the senior classes we have. So thank you, that's great. That's really good news that we'll be moving forward on that.
You're muted, Robert. Trustee Miller, you're muted.
Okay. Marcia, I saw your hand raised slightly. Did you have a question or comment? No. She says I could read her lips. No. Anybody else before we move on? Well, I want to thank Rayanne, Liz, Jason, Cornelia, Sally. I wasn't sure how this would all work, but I think you've provided us, I don't think we've answered all your questions necessarily, but we certainly heard some good information and gave us some additional things to think about as we continue to address our severe challenges that we're facing with our budget. And with that, I'd like to move on to the agenda item dealing with, I believe, our tentative budget. And I don't know if we've kind of covered that already, Dr. Goswami.
In a sense, yes, because the numbers that you saw on the first document, the 3-year projections tie into the numbers that you see here. And this is presented more in the kind of a typical budget format.
Yeah, this is the here and now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
and we have received word that while we were been discussing that the Senate did reject the governor's budget proposal, and then they're working on some compromise, whatever. So
we have any additional questions or comments for Dr. Goswami or Lindsay or James concerning the 2021 tentative budget? I see Peter raising his hand.
This was the question I was going to raise a little earlier, right after Craig's comments. It seems to me that there's both an optimistic budget assumption that says we're going to get through this. And there's a good chance that the problem will be remedied within a year or two. And the other assumption is that that's not correct, that we're not likely to get out of this unscathed anytime soon. And depending on which side of that argument you come down, you would come to the conclusion that either, yes, for this year, we would dedicate reserves to support the budget assumptions, or no, there's no sense in waiting. This is the year that we make the heavy cuts. Am I correct in that kind of descriptor of our problem, Dr. Goswami?
I mean, certainly, you can look at it that way. The best I can do is present to you as to how I am looking at the budget. So the way I'm looking at it is, we have if this was not May, if it was August or September, that the year has already started, and suddenly the state says we did not get enough revenues, we have all these problems, you're going to get $8.5 million less. What will you do in August and September when that happens? So to me, the scenario is fairly similar in that sense. So the way I'm looking at it is not necessarily optimistic or pessimistically, I'm just looking at numbers. That of the $10.5 million, $8.5 million was basically dumped on us at the last minute. So the structural deficit that I'm looking at is $2.5 million. And I have definite plans that if that's where it ends, then next year we can take care of the $2.5 million to get you to the balanced budget in the year after. That's the way I'm looking at it. If the state revenues don't come back, and that's an entirely different ballgame. That's an entirely different ballgame. So that's how I'm looking at it. And that's why I'm zeroing on the $8 million roughly number, that it is something that just happened. And we have already brought down our structural deficit from what I showed you in March, which was, just give me a minute. So in March, we were showing about $2.5 million. If the way I'm looking at it, we actually took care of the $2.5 million structural deficit. What happened was a decline in non-resident students because of COVID. So that had added another $2.5 million in structural deficit. So if that's what if I have to deal with that next year, yes, we can take you to a balanced budget at the end of next year. If the structural deficit, if the state money come back. So that's the way I'm looking at it. So my intent is not to keep repeatedly asking the board for additional reserves to balance the budget. But right now in May or in June, education code pretty much does not allow us to make any significant cuts except for people who are most vulnerable. We cannot cut people with contracts because they are subject to a March 31st, March 15th deadline notification. We cannot cut faculty because the same rules. So the only people we can cut right now is the staff. And so it would be an interesting hypothetical exercise for any institution who, when they find in September, October, suddenly that because of state budget scenarios, that they are $7 or $8 million in the hole, and they cannot do anything about their personnel budget because of education code.
Yeah.
So that's a catch-22. So we are way past the timeline in which we can do something significantly about the budget. The only place we can do something is cut classes, which we don't want to do.
Okay.
I have Peter, do you have another comment?
Well, I mean, that makes perfect sense. You know, I understand that, and I hadn't really thought through that according to Ed Code, we can't take any decisive action in terms of laying anybody off at the faculty level because we're well past the March 15th date. Okay, so I do understand the point.
I have a couple comments. One is that thank goodness for the Board of Trustee members that preceded me in making the decision to increase our reserves to 20%. I wonder how many community colleges in California don't have that extra cushion that we have. And so thank goodness for that. But the other big picture that I see is we are being buffeted by so many uncertainties. Starting with the student funding formula, which we struggled with for I don't know how many months. How much are we really getting? Is it going to be a windfall? Is it going to be a deficit to us? And just as we're starting to understand the consequences of that, and as Dr. Goswami came in and prepared a plan for us to deal with our deficit over the next 3 years to get us down to no deficit, then the pandemic hit. And the pandemic has hit in so many different ways in terms of the state, just basically the $8 million we're talking about and that we've lost. But the effect on international students, the effect on out-of-state students, just going to online instruction and what that means budget-wise. And how long will we keep going to online in the spring semester? There are just so many big uncertainties that we really face some big challenges. And I listened to Craig carefully, and I thought his comments were wise about getting ahead of the game. But on the other hand, I do hate to see us make rash decisions now that turn out a month from now or 2 months from now or 3 months from now to be less necessary. So that's just kind of my general overview of where we are, that this meeting tonight was a good session to get a better understanding of where we are and what we're facing. Marcia, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I 100% agree that the March 15th date has come and gone, and that's controlling here for certain things that we cannot do. But when you talk about rash decisions, one of the rash decisions that may be facing us is spending that much of our reserves. And I'm just concerned. I mean, when I look back less than a month ago, we had a tentative budget before we got the May revise, and we knew the state's budget was going to be shot by the shutdown. We knew revenues were going to be terrible. We just didn't know how bad. But we got a tentative budget right before that had $7.6 million deficit, not a $2.5 million deficit. It's a much bigger number. Now, folks have worked really hard to try to bring that down since, but I think our structural deficit is bigger, and our risk of spending our reserves down to this degree, as Craig has pointed out, is quite serious, which is why I return to the issue of the choices that we have here. Dr. Goswami said the only other thing we can do is cut classes. In fact, last time in our recession, we did cut some classes, but we served many more students than we were paid for. And that was through tremendous efforts by our faculty and our staff. We chose, in effect, to do more for less. And we're now being asked to do pretty much the same thing because they haven't offered us a workload reduction. And I'm not sure I want to take it. I mean, I know Craig is on this board because he was concerned about the cuts to classes. And I am concerned about the cuts to classes as the only choice, which is why I return to the question of why not consider transferring the money we have set aside into the reserves and then using it without cutting into our basic minimum reserve and holding that minimum reserve for what I think will not be a V-shaped recovery. Again, no crystal ball, but I don't hear any economists saying we're getting a V-shaped recovery. I hear politicians saying that, but I don't hear economists saying that. And that is what the assumption is, that all of this will come back next year, a V-shaped recovery.
Thank you, Marcia. Any
I have a
other
question,
comments
Robert.
before we move on to the next item?
I have a question for Dr. Goswami. I don't know if this is just for K-12, but for K-12, if it was something about if your budget wasn't increased by 2%, there's a provision in Ed Code that allows districts to lay off up as late as August 15th. Is that just a K-12 thing or is that a K-14 thing?
I don't recall.
It was in the news. And anyway, it was in the news. I read it because I'm a K-12 teacher and
I can check into that, but that's the direction, no. I mean, going that direction will be premature at this point,
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting we do it and everybody's obviously lobbying against it, but I was just wondering if that was something that was at your radar or were folks talking about that August 15th deadline?
No, I don't recall here, but we'll look into that.
Yeah, maybe it's just a K-12 thing.
Marcia?
Sorry, I remembered one other question. Veronica's question inadvertently reminded me. And that is that they're extending the hold harmless for another 2 years. And I'm not 100% clear, given our declining enrollment, that we are not better off using hold harmless than we are with our TCR now calculated. So I'm asking for our budget folks to clarify that for us for next time. You don't have to do it now. Maybe James already knows for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we know it. So James, go ahead.
So the hold harmless is being extended, but that relates to the student-centered funding formula, and we're nowhere near the hold harmless level with our TCR. So the hold harmless is also going to be reduced by that 8%. So when you calculate it, TCR, our hold harmless TCR would be closer to 70 million, and we're looking at 75 in our budget.
Okay, I was just looking at the language in the trailer bill that described it. And it did not seem that clear to me that we were necessarily worse off. And obviously that's a moving target anyway, since it's under negotiation, the whole thing.
Yeah, but no, we wouldn't fall to the hold harmless level still, because the hold harmless level would be moving downward.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, I think we're ready to move on to our last open session item, 4.4, the Playa Stadium turf replacement. And I see that Rocco Costantino has been patiently waiting as we've been talking about the budget and other matters. And I don't know whether Dr. Goswami, you want to present this issue initially, or whether Rocco is going to start us off.
I think, given that you wanted to have more information on the project and there were so many unanswered questions, we thought somebody who was close to the project can provide an update. So Rocco, short, quick summary of your presentation.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Goswami. Thank you, President Miller, and Board of Trustees and everybody on the call. My team and I put together a great document here that I will skim through pretty quick, but leave you time to ask any questions that you have when I'm finished. I had the chance to watch the last board meeting and listen to all of your comments here tonight. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to come here and provide some insight and information. There was a great discussion last week, and I thought all those questions that came up were very valid, especially considering our financial implications of what's happening in the world. So, you know, I'm just here to give some more detail about our project and why it's important to be done right now, despite everything going on. This is a project, it's a turf replacement project for LaPlaya Stadium, which houses all of our, our phys ed classes, athletic teams, and community rentals. The current turf is going on year 11. The warranty is an 8-year warranty. So we're 3 years above warranty. We are 3 years past the expected lifespan for a field that's in that gets that much use. So the need for a new turf, I think, is pretty well agreed upon, and it's just a matter of the timing of it right now. This is a project that we've been working on for 2 years, and we were trying to do it last summer. Didn't work. We thought we'd be able to do it this summer, and then the board decided to table the purchase orders for further discussion, which is what's bringing me here tonight. By delay, I understand the fact that delaying the purchase order for further discussion is prudent, especially within our situation. But that delay has now pushed the project back 1 month, and that's the completion date for the project. If the POs are not passed on June 11th, that's going to push the project back into mid-November, which at that point is going to make our athletics teams, our phys ed classes, community rentals, just about shot for the fall semester. So that's why to us, to our phys ed department, to the community, it's very important to pass those purchase orders if possible on June 11th. One of the issues that came up at the last board meeting were some assumptions that the 3C2A was not going to be holding fall sports this year. And that's not the case. Since the last board meeting, the 3C2A has voted, or they haven't voted, but they've put out their plans. They're voting for approval this Friday. But there is no cancellation of sports on the table on the California junior college level. They have 4 plans in place. Right now, Plan A is what is in operation, and that is scheduled for a mid-August start for our athletic teams, which is also a start date for our phys ed classes. Even as the plans go on, if the situation with COVID becomes more difficult or doesn't continue to progress on the trajectory they're projecting, it's still just slight delays in the plan. So it could be likely that our athletics teams start mid-September instead of mid-August. With our phys ed classes, it's even more important because we have classes that are ready to start on August 15th if possible. And then in just with some of the conversation that we had here earlier tonight, in talking about the safety of having face-to-face classes, having them out on a field in an open space is much better than having them in a classroom. It saves on cleaning costs, other concerns with health and safety, and things like that. So we currently have about 25 classes in our phys ed department that we believe can be held at on LaPlaya Stadium field. So if that project gets delayed past June, the June 11th board meeting, then it's going to put those classes in jeopardy as well. And that's a lot of students we're talking about. Another aspect was the community relations and community rentals aspect of things. With the rentals, I've been meeting with and speaking with Paul Miller. We currently have, I mean, just out of Bishop Diego High School, they have $60,000 in field rentals for 6 home games for football this year. It's a big money generator as far as rentals are concerned. It's an area that I agree with Dr. Goswami, where we could actually increase our revenue. And that all goes out the window if we don't have a functional field. In addition to Bishop Diego, we have many other groups that rent the field, youth soccer, Special Olympics. There's a ton of community use. And in addition, I mentioned our phys ed classes too. We say in our department, it's cheaper to sign up for a phys ed class at City College than it is to get a gym or to get a gym membership. So for people looking to work out, I mean, that field is full of people every day. So let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at my report. The shape of the current field from an impact standpoint is okay. We just had an impact tested on May 21st. Again, we did our annual test. Again, the field continues to progress closer towards dangerous levels, but from what we've been told by our experts, the field will literally fall apart probably before it reaches a dangerous level for head impact. Where it has become dangerous is the fibers on the field are gone for the most part. There are very small fabrics that are just threads that make up our field. And in most areas, it's just crumb rubber infill, which when there's no fibers, that creates more knee injuries, ankle injuries, lacerations, abrasions. One problem we ran into this year again was with no turf and fiber there to protect people from falling to the ground. They were getting lacerations, turf burns, which in turn become staph infections because we can't clean the field properly. It's on a regular cleaning schedule, but the field is deteriorated to the point where if we groom it every week as scheduled, it's starting to do more damage than good. And it's just another area where it's very important, I think, and this is an area where it could really help with our enrollment is recruiting. Our athletic teams are recruiting against many of the local schools, and we have the worst field in the area. It's not really even that close. So if we're asking our coaches to make more of an effort recruiting, having a facility that we could be proud of and show people is only going to benefit that. Last year, and we're seeing an increase already in fall recruitment for our athletic teams. So our football team, which had 65 students last year on the team, is up to about 110 interested students on their last meeting. We are seeing that students want to stay close to home. We are seeing that students want to go the community college route. One big aspect too, we're mentioning the decline in out-of-state and international enrollment. Last year, our football roster was nearly 50% out of state. It was 28 of 65 were out-of-state students. On the soccer programs, they're big international draws. So that's an area where, we are not, we're very worried about losing international and out-of-state enrollment, but we're not seeing that on the athletics level. So we feel that having a good field and ready to go will help in those efforts. And again, these programs, especially our football and soccer programs, serve underrepresented populations within our college. Trustee Gallardo brought up a great point, and thank you for that, that these are SBCC students just like anybody else. And it's a program just like any other program at the college that we're choosing to support. So programs within those programs that have those underrepresented populations, I think it's very important to provide excellent facilities for them. Last year with football, we were over 50% of our roster was minority students. And soccer was about 1/3. So there, again, there are a lot of other things I can go through, but I do want to leave time for any questions that you might have. And again, fire away if you have any questions for me.
Craig, I see your hand. I think you're muted.
Unmuted now, I think.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I read the material before the meeting over the last few days, and I had some questions. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you said a lot. You started off tonight saying a lot of students. How many is a lot? Can you give me some idea how many students we're talking about? Maybe it doesn't matter, but I'd like to know.
No, it's okay. It's our football team, our football and soccer teams are the main user groups for the athletics department. And that's where this year our falls team is approaching about 200 students for that group. With the amount of phys ed classes that we identified as potential classes that we could hold on La Playa instead of within a classroom, that was about 25 classes with over 800 students potentially able to use that field.
Thank you. Let's see. On the injury thing, when I read the previously supplied material that we had, it did kind of the same thing. It talked about more injuries. Can you, if it's possible, can you give me what's a normal injury rate or some kind of number or range, and how much has it gone up?
It's hard. We looked into that. We looked into that, Trustee Nielsen. It was hard to break it all out by, we don't designate in our database on home injury or away injury, you know, if we get it on our field or another field. So we've seen, it's been a slight increase with soft tissue injury, lower body soft tissue. So it wasn't significant, I will say that. And it was just, like I said, the data isn't accurate because we don't break it out into when students are injured at away games or home games and things like that.
Okay, well, I just needed a little more insight there to see where, you know, where you were, what you were really talking about, how the magnitude.
I can understand.
And I think you answered my question. So how much, we're talking about dollars here, renting the, when you rent out the studio, what kind of annual dollar rate range has that been generating for us?
That's Paul Miller operates that department. I was going to ask Lindsay, and I see she's unmuted herself. She may be able to.
She might know, yeah.
No, yeah, well, I helped, now I'm trying to open the report and I can't get it open either. I helped write that section of the report on the dollar amount. We're actively working very hard to rent out our facilities more than we have in the past. However, in a previous annual time period, off the top of my head, we'd get almost $50,000 just from one organization a year. And then also Bishop, other schools, it's almost $100,000 we would obtain in revenue just off of the field alone.
Okay, so if we look at all these things and we're getting more out of state or foreign students, which he says are not declining. So those dollars go against the investment we make in the field, and in the long run, I'm golden with it. I think we need to do it. In the short time, looking at the situation we're in, that's the dilemma, and it's going to require a little more thought. I think in the long run, there's a payback and a benefit. Short term is the issue. When you get hit with this kind of a budget cut, short term, wham bam, and we've already been deficit spending. It's really, and I I just think about the college long-term, where's it going to be 5 and 10 years from now? Not just this year or next year or the year after, but where's it going to be long-term? And so there's a lot of factors that go into these decisions, and we needed time to study this because that turf is not free. It's not cheap. And, you know, maybe we saved a few jobs by not replacing the turf right away. I don't know.
Right.
I want to thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. And I'll turn over the microphone to anybody else.
Thank you, Trustee Nielsen. Those are very valid points for sure.
Marcia?
I am a couple of things. One is I looked at your testing, and as I understand it, much as people are unhappy with this turf, it meets the only requirements that there are. And the places where it is worst off are not on the field, they're next to the field. They're not where our students play.
Right.
So we're not violating any standards. We're not to the level that would even be all that next to violating them. The international students you're talking about recruiting, we got a letter about students from Spain. They can't come here. There's a ban right now. They literally can't come from Spain to here. And I don't see that changing until we have an election and have a different president. I just don't see how that's going to change. So I'm concerned about that as being unrealistic. Football, you referenced the California, I don't know what it stands for, CCCA. I keep forgetting how many of those C's there are. But at any rate, I looked on their website and there wasn't anything about the plan. There wasn't anything other than an agenda item that had no attachment. And you referenced the high school guidance. So I looked at the high school guidance, and what it says to me is that they're categorizing the different sports as higher risk, moderate risk, and lower risk. And higher risk is football, boys lacrosse, competitive cheer, and dance. And they say those are sports that involve close, sustained contact between participants, lack of significant protective barriers, and high probability that respiratory particles will be transmitted between participants. Now, to me, that says we shouldn't be doing football right now in a pandemic. Soccer is under moderate risk. I just think it's a health risk I'm not comfortable with. I'm not comfortable with our students being exposed to those risks. The list of things you were supposed to do under different phases of that guidance was extensive and expensive. And I'm, I guess the other piece that I look at is if we have the V-shaped recovery, then we get the money back and we have flexibility and we're not violating the standards. In the meantime, we're looking at a proposal to cut classes. $1.5 million, as I understand it, is about 750 class sections. That's a lot of class sections to trade for turf that still meets the standards in this next year, right now, for classes that I'm not comfortable saying we should offer. And you say, well, they're great for our minority students. Let me say again, our minority students, our Black and brown students are bearing the brunt of this pandemic. So why would we expose them more?
Okay, I'll answer all your questions. I've been writing them down. From the impact standard, yes, you're correct. The field is the only standard of use to determine field safety right now is the impact testing. And our field is okay with that by the standard that's used by the company that certifies it, STS. It's moving in that direction that it's not safe, but the impact part is safe. It's not the impact that we're really very concerned about now. It's the lack of fibers that's causing students to tear their knees up, tear their ankles up, end their careers. It's students in our physical education classes or community groups sliding on the turf and ripping up their legs and going with the staph infection because our turf isn't properly cleaned. It's things like that. I worry about the liability aspect of using that field now that we've been sitting here acknowledging how dangerous it is. And you know, at what point are we negligent for allowing students and community members to use that field? So even though the impact testing is fine, there are other factors that come into that determination. From a recruiting standpoint, that's a good point. I should have been more clear about that. That would be not for this coming year. The recruiting cycle would be going on for the 2021-22 year. And that was a year that Dr. Goswami identified as, you know, we're looking at. So our current students are already recruited. You're absolutely right. We have concerns about international students being able to get here. But with using the new field as a recruiting tool would be for the class of 21, 22. And that's where we'd be using that field as a recruiting tool. The 3C2A plan, that will be up on the website probably this Friday. That's when it's being voted to put into effect. It was up for discussion last Friday. It was tentatively voted to adopt their guidelines as provisional for a week. They're going to go back and make some adjustments to that plan and then vote to put it in place starting this Friday when it's fully expected to pass. It passed provisionally by a 15-5 margin last week, and we're expecting possibly unanimous this week coming up. And then the high school guidance for return to play, it was very similar to what the 3C2A put into place. There are documents coming out by the Athletic Training Association, the CDC, all these kind of things nationwide for athletics to return to play. I have the same concerns that you do about the cost of PPE, the safety of our students, the safety of our minority students, and the safety of our staff too, our athletic trainers and coaches who deal with our student athletes on a daily basis, who have to be in vehicles with them, and all that kind of stuff. And we're not an expert on it, so I'm expecting that when the 3C2A puts out these plans for reopening sports, that there's also going to be guidelines in place on how to do it safely. I'm concerned about the cost. I'm concerned about the feasibility of putting those guidelines in place, but we will do our best to try and serve our students and give them this experience and do it in a safe manner.
I appreciate that you share some of my concerns. I think it's also clear from the, as I think you called AAA to, or CCC AA?
Yeah, perfect.
They're very clear as well that they don't decide for the college whether we do these things. And I think it's important for the college to be looking at its own concerns and its own budget. I have no problem with this if we had a lot of money. I have no problem with this if we had a different budget. But I have a concern now that I don't think it's the best choice in a pandemic to be offering some of these classes, the ones that are high risk at least. And I don't think it's a good choice to undertake $1.5 million worth of expense on the theory that you might be able to do something in the fall when we may be in the middle of another wave of infections. And finally, let me correct the math on the sections. It's 250 sections. It's the equivalent of 250 sections, 750 TLUs. But that's still a lot of classes that money could go toward, recognizing that there are athletic classes we would lose. And I'm guessing that some of those potential classes that could use the outdoor field can be given somewhere else, can be given at other locations, can be given at other fields that are in better shape than ours, if that's what we need and want to do.
Yeah, I mean, we, with the possible of suspension of sports due to coronavirus or a second wave or anything like that, we would just get a massive exodus of athletes on those teams would all leave our school. There's nothing binding them to City College. You know, they could just go to another school that's offering athletics. And with our phys ed classes too, you know, that's, you're right. There are areas that we could use indoors for those classes that we mentioned on the field as well. But that would be my concern with delaying sports or canceling sports. And it's not just an on-off switch. If we stopped a soccer program or, you know, anything that's close contact, and actually the 3C2A in their guidelines designated every single sport, full contact, non-contact. They broke them up into different groups. So if we canceled those or suspended those sports that were in those high-risk groups, it's all of those students leaving. It's then all of, you know, it will take years to get those numbers back up. It's not just, we can't just go tell a coach, hey, go out and recruit 100 new students after not having a program next year. It could happen, but it's not likely to go that way. It will take, you know, take some years to recover with that. But like I said, it's a good conversation, and we do share a lot of the same concerns for sure.
And I guess I would also add that what we have been hearing is that we're going to cancel sections because we can't afford to give them. It's not that we need more students.
No. Let me be clear. I just say that at this point in time, given that if we don't have March 15th as our option, then, and I'm told that cut something, only place to cut would be considering sections. I have not said that we're going to cancel sections, no.
It's in the budget. It's in the budget that we will.
Yes, 70 sections, definitely yes, because we have fewer students.
The tentative budget said we would cancel
70 sections, yes, that's right.
All I'm saying then is that we are not looking for more students. Your prediction was that based on our summer enrollment and looking ahead, we were going to have greater demand for classes than we could accommodate. And we would have to manage it through enrollment management, which includes reducing the number of sections. So I'm just saying the argument that we need more students is not really the way it's working right now.
No, I think we have optimized the number of sections to the number of students we are going to have in district.
And we were over enrolled in summer by what, 20%?
Yes.
Okay, so
not over.
If that trend holds, and I do not know, we will have more students wanting our education than we can accommodate. Probably.
Yes, and I have made, and the conscious choice we have made because of the budget situation is not to have sections that is unfunded.
I heard that, and what I had said is my priority would be potentially to have unfunded sections, but at the same time,
you have to, yeah.
What we have been talking about is the idea that we would lose students, and I'm just saying right now we're in a weird place where we have been looking to increase our enrollment for years. A pandemic came along, and that's not where we are anymore. We're in a different place, and I feel as much as anyone else that it would be great to go back to what used to be normal, but I don't think that's happening soon.
Okay. Well, Rocco came here tonight with a very comprehensive report and an offer to answer any questions. We're not making a decision tonight, so if somebody has questions or require more information, now's the time to ask. I see Kate's hand up.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the report. And I just want to thank the members of the SBCC community that contacted the board to share what they knew about the field too. I mean, to me, I look at it, the state of the field is such that if we don't pay for it this year, we will need to pay for it next year, or we will have a shut down stadium, which affects hundreds of students. And I don't consider athletic courses or team sports to be any different than our academic classes. They are just as important. And so to me, this is a critical need. Obviously, we're in a horrendous budget situation. And one question I have that maybe Lindsay could answer is, I'm assuming, well, I don't want to assume, is the money for this money that is currently just earmarked in the general fund, or is this money in the construction fund? And we're talking about it because it's money that we could bring over from the construction fund to the general fund.
Yeah, we set aside this money when we did our tentative and adopted budget last year for 1920. In the construction fund, we set aside $2 million specifically for this project. So
this is money that is
allocated and approved in the 1920 budget of the construction fund projects.
okay. So it is money that is currently sitting in that fund, in the construction fund. I totally, completely see Marcia's point. I mean, and everybody's point. We're in a critical budget situation. I just want you to know, obviously, that this will come back to us next week. And I'm really going to be looking for guidance from Dr. Goswami. I do trust, I've been listening to you today, and I've, known you for months now. And I know that the entire leadership team has our financial best interest at heart. They're putting students first, they're putting staff first, and the, where this all fits in the larger plan. I think we've had multiple people, especially Marcia, talking about what are the trade-offs. We need to be talking about that next week, but I'm hoping that we have guidance from leadership next week on, strong recommendations on what to do. Because, to me, this is this year or next year, or we're really, causing incredible damage to the athletic program that I just do not want to do.
Thank you, Trustee Parker. I really appreciate your comments and agree. And that was one of our points too, was that the pandemic presents a unique situation where we could construct this field and do this project without any disruption to students, the community, and the people who rent and use our field. It's shut down now. We're not there's no income to lose if we have if the construction project starts back up. We don't have costs to relocate any students at this point. Our phys ed classes aren't using the field, it's just sitting there. So we kind of see that as a positive as well. Because if this project happens during a school year and we're relocating teams, our phys ed classes that use the field will not have anywhere to go. We're possibly renting buses because of increased away games. There are just so much added cost if this project is done when school is in session. We just felt like using the field, with the field not in use right now, it presents a unique situation.
Any other questions? Peter?
It seems to me that there are two separate questions here. One has to do with the turf and when to replace it. The other has to do with whether close contact sports are in our immediate future. And I appreciate Rocco's support essentially of Marcia's position, or Marcia's concern about that. And I'd like to know, how's that decision going to be made? What are the criteria you're going to use, Rocco, that says yes or no to that particular question?
Well, I'd like to defer that to Dr. Goswami, if I may. It's a concern of mine, but I really would like to defer if that's possible.
I mean, we will just like any other classes, we'll look at risk reward. No, ratio and make an assessment, and that's how we'll make a decision.
Can you see any chance that the answer would be yes for close contact sports in the fall if we have said no to in-class instruction?
I would like to see what the 3C2A puts out in terms of their guidance.
But what we know is that the in-class face-to-face classes do not accelerate a heavy breathing environment. I mean, there seems to, I'm just concerned that we're missing something here, and maybe it's me, but I cannot see realistically that we can move forward with this.
Can I say something?
Veronica.
Okay, so I've been hearing a couple of things. Two things. One is the logistics of how to execute sports in the same way we're trying to figure out how do we execute a CTE program? How do we execute a distance learning ceramics adult ed course? So those are complicated things that we're all learning how to do. But when it comes to a teaching and learning department, and athletics is a teaching and learning department made up of dedicated faculty that have dedicated their time and training and professional learning to their specific discipline. If you were to tell me as a science teacher, inquiry science teacher, that I could not use my school field to teach life science, you've taken away my classroom. And so at the same time, I can't tell a coach and a faculty member that they cannot use their classroom, which is their field. When I could not afford a gym, I was working as an advisor at City College, I learned all about physical fitness and how to take care of my body by taking Pilates at City College and then taking a boot camp at the stadium. Now, I am not an athlete. I've never done any of that, but the City College athletic department is what started my lifelong physical fitness goals. And for a lot of people, that's what community college does. Community college introduces the coursework that may start off as a certificate to a lifelong passion career in whatever program you have. When I think of an athletic department, I mean, if you look at their webpage, one of the things that when we think of equity and access and student success, they nail it. Their whole model, when they put the student in the center and what that athletic department develops in a student, they develop the skills, the soft skills that when we think about, gosh, what can we do to make sure that students feel connected? What can we do so that students build a sense of community? The athletic department, the very first thing is grit. And so when we think of, gosh, this ever changing and complex world where nobody knows the future and nobody would have ever imagined that here we were quarantined for 3 months, some of the soft skills that have gotten our students through quarantine are grit, perseverance, are communication, problem solving. And I'll tell you, my 14-year-old athlete would not have gone through quarantine. And I'm going to tell you that he got the best grades this semester in quarantine because he was in close contact with his coach, because we talked so much, like as a parent, the analogies of what he learned on the field to get him through this pandemic are priceless. And I knew athletics was important. You guys know I'm one of 7 children. We grew up in a very small 2-bedroom apartment. We loved our life. We remember being out in the field in front of a coach, and I wasn't the athlete, but I was chasing my brothers and sisters. Until this day, when I talk to my dad about our success, my dad can still hear the sound of the baseball coach telling my brothers and sisters, everybody down. And my dad can just not think of raising 3 boys through college, the military, partners in their firms that they work for, because so much of what we learned was, yes, in our home and our parents as our primary teachers, but the care and the well-being of those community sports that came into our neighborhoods. And when I think of how much our athletic department in our community has evolved in the last 10 years, Parks and Rec made the most amazing decision to bring soccer and lacrosse and basketball to our elementary schools. So for the first time, you no longer had our elementary kids, that lived on the east side going to their private club here. You had all these kids coming together, staying after school at Roosevelt, McKinley, Franklin, you name it, all those kids playing together. Then they all went to the junior high and they're all after school playing together. Now they're all at Santa Barbara High. And of course, the community made that huge investment to renovate Peabody. So when I think of athletics and the trajectory to a student's goal to completion all the way through college, I see how this community has invested in athletics in the last 10 years, and it's phenomenal. And I cannot think of any other program that is going to provide the access and equity and such critical soft skills that our students, if they need skills now more than ever on how to build teams, communicate, collaborate, and solve problems, in addition to a healthy development of their mental health and their well-being, to be outdoors. And if all we use the field this semester is to have a socially distanced outdoor yoga class after people have been quarantined for 3 months, then that alone is worth it, because people are not doing well when they are in their homes. We were made to be with people and be outside. And so for me, if this was an action today, I would be first to move and approve. And you guys on the board, you guys know that when I don't have peace about something, I'll tell you guys, it doesn't feel right. We shouldn't spend the money. This feels totally right. And I don't know what the future holds, but I'm not afraid of it. And I know that I have full faith in the faculty that, like every other faculty member, is going to look at the health and well-being and say, hey, it's not safe to put the kids out there on the field. But we don't know that yet. And I don't want to make a decision out of fear and then shut down a complete department, because I would never say that to the Garden Theater people. I would never say that to the ceramics folks over at, in our humanities building. And I certainly wouldn't do that to our student services faculty, who also have to deliver the guidance and counseling. This is a teaching and learning department with a classroom, and their classroom just happens to be outdoor, and it doesn't seem as necessary or essential, but it is. Because as a science teacher, the grass is my classroom, and I need the field to go out there and teach the kids about life science. So, I mean, for all those reasons, I fully support it. I commend the athletic department. For 8 years on this board, I have heard nothing but outcomes that get kids to upward trajectory that even all the funding and models that we could have thrown at them wouldn't have done. But the relationship of being with a coach in your teams, that's a lifelong, valuable relationship that you just can't put a price on. And I don't have $1 million. If I did, I would give it to you. But I fully support this, and I would, my hope and my heart would be that my fellow board members would come alongside this. And believe me when I say I do have peace about this, and I feel like our students deserve this and our community deserves this, and it's what we need. So,
Anybody have questions for Rocco before we conclude? Not hearing any. Rocco, do you have any final words you want to share with us?
No, just I very much thank you for having this conversation at the end of a long meeting. Appreciate all your input, and they're very valid concerns. I'd be happy to give you any further input you need.
Thanks again for your comprehensive report and your candor with us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Miller.
So at this point, I would ask for a motion to adjourn to closed session.
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. What are we going into closed session for?
We're going into closed session for what it says on the agenda, which is, thank you, Trustee Parker. We're going into closed session for public employee discipline dismissal / release, Government Code Section 54957. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. So at this point, we will excuse everybody except Dr. Goswami and the trustees. Is it anybody else besides Joe who may be joining us?
No.
Okay,
So we're staying here this
we
time.
just stay here, right? I think so.
Yeah, Robert, I have a breakout room that I'm setting up right now to send you guys into.
But again, we don't have to do anything, right?
No, you'll get a message on your screen that'll take you straight to the meeting.
Okay.
So I got Craig. 2, 3.
Does that mean we have a 5-minute break?
Another 5.
Would you like a 5-minute break, Peter?
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to go
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Stop the streaming. No, the room is open, but they're not going in. Well, they're taking the 5-minute break. Peter and Craig did not.
Oh, my.
Angie, can I ask you a quick question? Angie, can I ask you a quick question? So the question would be,
hello, everyone. We are still live streaming a board meeting. We are in recess. You can email Angie your question.
I'm going to mute everyone in the room.
Thank you. Joe, did you get the message to join the breakout room? That's where you need to go. It says, please join breakout room.
Hello.
Yes, hi Joe. Did you see a message that popped up that says, please join breakout room?
Well, I did, but there didn't look like there was anything for me to push. I've pushed something now and I have just a 0 on my screen. And then I press anything and I have a screen that says currently in closed session.
Hold on, Joe.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
Clyde. Yeah, thank you, Clyde.
So I see my face on the lower right-hand corner and I have a big pink block with a C in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's me. So you should at the bottom see, I believe you should see a breakout room option.
I do not. I have my photo. There's a little box with me. And then in the middle of the screen, there's a pink box with a C on it.
Yeah, that's Clyde, and that's his icon for him talking.
If you take your mouse and like just bring it over the C, you'll see some options at the bottom appear. One of which is like mute, stop video.
Yeah.
Towards the end of there, do you see something that says breakout room?
I see switch camera, join breakout room. Oh,
that's the one.
There you go.
That's okay. All right, he's good.
Yep.
There is Robert.
Okay, are we now in open session?
Yes.
Okay, so I will report that the Board of Trustees met in closed session to consider item one, public employee discipline / dismissal / release, government code section 54957, close paren. And there was no reportable action, and we adjourned at 9:07 PM. Good night, all.